Chapter 2253. Green Phoenix Leader, come down, the leader of the sea wolves called out to the void behind her. With a swoosh, a giant green phoenix descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Her body glowed, and her giant body gradually transformed into a graceful woman. It was the Green Phoenix Leader. Su Yu was slightly surprised, not by her appearance, but by her ability to fly. There were powerful seals in the air of the heavenly legacy cavern. The higher the altitude, the stronger the seals, making it impossible for people to fly. Up until now, Su Yu had only flown at a height of 1,000 feet. For the Green Phoenix Leader to be able to fly at such a high altitude was probably a result of her talent. Perhaps even the masters of the family could not do it. After the Green Phoenix Leader appeared, she blinked and stared at Su Yu. What a coincidence to meet you here, Leader Su. She had always had a good impression of Su Yu, so she immediately showed him goodwill. The talent of the Green Phoenix Leader is truly enviable, Su Yu sighed. If he had her talent, the forest of 10,000 bones would not have been so difficult. Haha, Leader Su is the most mysterious, the Green Phoenix Leader said. It was unclear if she was being polite or if there was a deeper meaning behind her words. Su Yu only smiled without saying anything. The leader of the sea wolves was displeased to see the two of them so familiar with each other. She interrupted their conversation. We don't have much time. We should set off as soon as possible. The Green Phoenix Leader's smile faded, and she said, Time is indeed tight. Su Yu said, Since we are cooperating, can you tell me what you are going to do? Something that could make two pirate leaders join forces must not be simple. When I was high up in the sky, I found a group of people from the number 1 peerless family acting suspiciously. They seemed to be transporting something and were in a hurry to meet up with golden-eyed Lang Jun. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes flashed. At the mention of golden-eyed Lang Jun, Su Yu felt uneasy. This person was too shrewd, and his schemes were too grand. It was not a good thing that his people were nearby. The leader of the sea wolves and I decided to rob them and find out what they were transporting. The Green Phoenix Leader continued. They must have thought that the number 1 peerless family had discovered something incredible and wanted to rob them. Which direction? North. Su Yu immediately agreed. Fine, count me in. Since it would not delay the journey, and he could even take the opportunity to attack the leader of the sea wolves, why not? Su Yu was not interested in the things being transported by the number 1 peerless family. The one who was interested was the leader of the sea wolves. If he did not take his life, Su Yu would feel uneasy. Then let's depart immediately. Hence, Su Yu, the 3 leaders and the subordinates of the leader of the sea wolves set off together. The leader of the Blue Phoenix sect was high up in the sky and could easily lock onto their location. Thus, tracking them was extremely easy. In just 2 days, not only had they caught up, but they had also circled ahead of them. Then he set up an ambush in a stone forest that he had to pass by. After lying in ambush for a while, he saw a group of people moving forward mysteriously. Su Yu recognized the Pathmaster leading the group. He was one of the elders of the number 1 peerless family, the Rock Pathmaster. Behind him were several foreign officials, most of whom Su Yu knew. Su Yu furrowed his brows slightly when he saw one of them. The guest was hidden by a special set of clothes. Although Su Yu could not see his face clearly, he still gave Su Yu a very uncomfortable feeling. Does the number 1 peerless family have such a foreign minister? Su Yu muttered softly. Swish! The leader of the Blue Phoenix sect landed and said in a low voice, Get ready! Su Yu gathered his thoughts. When they arrived at the place where the ambush was, he and the 2 leaders dashed out. The pirates from all directions also charged out. The Rock Pathmaster sensed the strange movement, and his face changed drastically. He shouted anxiously, Enemy attack! Protect that thing! Apart from the Rock Pathmaster and the few foreign officials, the rest of the people from the number 1 peerless family surrounded a beast carriage in the middle. Pirate Alliance, the Heavenly Legacy Cavern is filled with treasures. Why do you have to fight with us for these things? The Rock Path Master said angrily. If you have the time, why don't you go elsewhere to look for treasures? His words were reasonable. The Heavenly Legacy Cavern was filled with treasures. However, the best treasures would always be in the hands of the enemy. With such a mentality, the leader of the Blue Phoenix sect did not hesitate to rob them. Cut the crap. Put down the beast carriage and all the space storage devices on you. Otherwise, none of you will leave today. The leader of the Sea Wolves stared at the Rock Path Master like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Rock Path Master looked at the leader of the Blue Phoenix sect and the leader of the Sea Wolves with a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "If the goods are here, the people are here. If the goods are gone, the people will die. Kill." All of a sudden, the two sides started fighting. The Rock Path Master faced the two pirate leaders alone, while the foreign ministers under his command fought with the pirates. The battle immediately reached its climax and was exceptionally intense. In the battle between the Pathmasters, the leader of the Blue Phoenix sect and the leader of the Sea Wolves had the upper hand. However, in the battle between the subordinates, the foreign ministers had a one-sided advantage. The foreign ministers of the number 1 Peerless family were all at least half a step to the Pathmaster level. Among the pirates of the leader of the Sea Wolves, only a few were at least half a step to the Pathmaster level. Therefore, the pirates were at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. The swordsman in the snow was being attacked by the two foreign ministers. Seeing Suyu standing at the side with his hands clasped behind his back, he said, "Leader Su, please help us." To avoid being recognized by the number 1 Peerless family, Suyu was in disguise. He nodded his head lightly and strode into the midst of the many foreign ministers. With his strength, even if he used the lower-tier heavenly dragon body slightly, he would still be able to crush them. Therefore, when he attacked, it was almost a one-sided suppression, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. In the short span of 10 breaths, all the foreign ministers had been injured by Suyu. Only one foreign minister, Suyu's heavenly dragon body, was able to withstand the attack. That foreign minister was the one who made Suyu feel very uncomfortable. Interesting. Suyu looked at him calmly. How could an ordinary foreign minister withstand the attack of a lower-tier heavenly dragon body? Even an ordinary path master might not be able to withstand it. Thinking about how even a powerful person like the Star Lady was willing to work for the golden-eyed Langjun, Suyu felt that the foreign minister before him was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. "Which group of pirates are you from?" The foreign minister was also surprised by Suyu's strength. It was obvious that the pirate leader had not used his full strength. Even so, he was extraordinarily powerful. "I'll tell you when you're down," Suyu said calmly. As he took a step forward, the dragon scales on his body turned into a pure and holy golden color. It was the upper-tier heavenly dragon body. Even the Pathmaster, who was at the level of a family master, could not withstand it, let alone this foreign minister. "Retreat!" However, right at that moment, the Rock Pathmaster, who was gradually losing his strength, clenched his teeth and announced a retreat. Many foreign ministers and the Rock Path Master immediately retreated. The Blue Phoenix leader and the Sea Wolves leader did not chase after them. They just symbolically drove them away before they all returned. The purpose of their trip was to plunder, not to kill people for no reason. The Blue Phoenix leader and the Sea Wolves leader surrounded the beast carriage, their eyes filled with greed. On the contrary, Suyu's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly retreated. Chapter 2254. Whenever it involved the golden-eyed playboy, Suyu would instinctively stay away. Just as Suyu had retreated to a safe place, the beast carriage suddenly exploded from the inside out. 99 energy chains shot out from within, shooting wildly. The pirates, who thought they had successfully plundered the treasure, were caught off guard. The chains were very strange. Even the slightest contact would cause them to stick to them, entangling their souls tightly unable to break free. The quickest among them were naturally the Blue Phoenix leader and the Sea Wolf leader. The former immediately transformed into a green phoenix, flying 30,000 miles in an instant. The latter transformed into the silhouette of a sea wolf, blocking in front of her. But the chains completely ignored the sea wolf leader's silhouette, piercing straight through the sea wolf leader's body. Perhaps it was because the higher one's cultivation level was, the more severe the damage caused by the chains. The sea wolf leader's soul hissed and emitted white smoke, as if it was suffering great torture. He could not help but let out a miserable howl. Although the Blue Phoenix leader was adept at flying, he could not escape. A chain extended infinitely, piercing through the Blue Phoenix leader, who had already flown to the depths of the sky. It pulled him down and smashed him to the ground. In a few breaths' time, all the pirates, including the 2 pirate leaders, had been captured by the chains. The chains contained a mysterious power that rendered them unable to exert any of their strength. They were like mortals, but the chains did not stop their attacks. There was still one person who had not been captured. That person was Suyu. Because of his foresight, he had retreated far away in advance. So, when he noticed the abnormality, he immediately used the law of space to teleport elsewhere. However, he did not manage to break free from the chains. One of the chains followed him closely like a shadow, teleporting and shooting toward Suyu's body. Suyu swung his sword, but the powerful sword energy could not harm the chain in the slightest. What is this chain? Suyu was secretly surprised. He could not block it in time, and the chain shot into Suyu's body. All of a sudden, Suyu felt an obscure and disgusting thing invading his soul at lightning speed, trying to fuse with it. Meow! Suddenly, the life-gazing cat's yellow eyes opened. The thing that had invaded Suyu's soul quickly receded, like a receding tide. The chain immediately withdrew from Suyu's body and returned quickly. Phew! Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had obtained one of the 6 great treasures of the Sky Legacy Emperor, the demonic soul stone which could protect his soul. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. At the same time, Suyu was pondering what that chain was and why it was so powerful. I'm afraid that not even Patriarch-level Tao Lords would be able to resist these chains. Golden-eyed Playboy had hidden such a powerful magic weapon, but he had never revealed it in front of everyone. At this moment, he had caught 2 pirate leaders off guard. As expected, the Boulder Pathmaster and the others who had left earlier reappeared. Their faces were full of smiles as they scanned the motionless pirates. Among them, the strange-looking pirate sneered at the Boulder Pathmaster and said, "As expected of the foolish pirate alliance. They took the bait so easily." "How foolish?" Dowlord Boulder said slowly. "Patriarch, you're a genius. You managed to capture so many members of the pirate alliance with such a simple trap." Just as they were feeling complacent, one of the pirates in charge of counting the number of people exclaimed, "We're still missing 1 pirate!" They had secretly counted how many pirates had attacked them just now. Now, they realized that they were missing 1 person. "Who are we missing?" Tao Lord Boulder frowned. If news of what happened here got out, it would be difficult to deal with the other pirates. "Su Rushu," the guest beside him said with a gloomy face. He had suffered at Suyu's hands before, so he was especially concerned about him. With a single glance, he realized that Su Rushu was missing. He actually managed to escape? Tao Lord Boulder was deeply surprised. These chains were carefully prepared by the Patriarch. In the Pirate Alliance, only Xiaxiaya might be able to escape. What's going on with this pirate leader Su? Although he was surprised, Tao Lord Boulder immediately became vigilant and said, "Take them and leave immediately." Swish! As soon as they left, Suyu appeared in this place. As he looked at the backs of Tao Lord Boulder and the others, his eyes shone with a profound light. Theoretically speaking, he would be happy to see the pirates being captured. However, what was Golden-Eyed Playboy's intention in setting up a trap to capture the Pirate Alliance? The group that appeared in front of Yu was probably just one of the small groups. In other directions, there should be other elders leading the groups to capture the enemies. The targets of the capture might not just be the Pirate Alliance, but all the influences that coveted the number 1 peerless family. He was deeply fearful of golden-eyed Playboy. Now he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to find out what he was up to. Yu concealed his aura and followed the Dowlord boulder and the others silently. After traveling a considerable distance, the other party stealthily arrived at a desert. In the desert, white bone dust fluttered all year round, covering the sky and obstructing one's vision. In an inconspicuous ruin in the desert, it was very peaceful, without the bone dust wreaking havoc. The ruin was filled with elders and guests from the number 1 peerless family. They kept rushing back from other places, more or less bringing people of unknown identities with them. Among them were people from the Pirate Alliance, as well as people from other families. All the captives, like the Blue Phoenix leader and the Seawolf leader, were suppressed by chains. The captives were brought to the ruin and immediately thrown into a giant cage to be locked up. In front of the cage, there was an ancient pool filled with fresh divine blood and the blood of the Path Masters. Fresh corpses were piled up into a small hill after their blood had been drained. In the pool, the waves were rolling rhythmically, as if something was beating continuously inside. What surprised Yu was that the golden-eyed Playboy, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was standing in front of the blood pool. He was holding a pitch-black ancient book, softly chanting an incantation as he ordered, "Next batch!" All of a sudden, a group of fierce-looking guests brought over 10 captives and made them kneel in front of the blood pool. As the golden-eyed Playboy's incantation sounded, 10 bright red tentacles leaped out of the blood pool, piercing into the captives' bodies and devouring their divine blood. After a cup of tea's time, the 10 captives were left with shriveled skeletons. At this time, the waves in the blood pool were even more violent. The golden-eyed Playboy closed the pitch-black ancient book and stared at the blood pool with a satisfied expression. "Continue after an hour. Look after the captives." As soon as he finished speaking, he returned to the training room with a slightly pale face. It seemed that the mysterious incantation consumed a lot of his Path Master strength. Yu frowned when he saw this. Was the golden-eyed Playboy summoning something? That pool of blood gave him an ominous feeling. Chapter 2255. Farewell, Patriarch. A few clan elders said respectfully. They each stood in a corner and guarded the captives closely. Among the captives, the Pirate Alliance was relatively quiet. They were mentally prepared for certain death if they fell into the hands of the 7 Absolute Alliance. However, the forces of the other aristocratic families were also captured. Among them was the white-robed sword god from the 3rd Peerless family. He said indignantly, "Golden-Eye Prince, your methods are cruel and your actions vicious, even more savage than the pirates." Pirates were savage, but they were not like Golden-Eye Prince, who captured people indiscriminately and extracted their blood essence. Of course, his roars and shouts were met with a beating. Only after he was covered in wounds did the 1st Peerless family stop and lightly say, "Behave, or the next batch will be yours." The white-robed sword god stubbornly wanted to say something. Beside him, New Dawn Flower Maiden quietly pulled on his sleeve and whispered, "Don't be rash. This won't help." Only then did the white-robed sword god calm down. He exchanged a glance with New Dawn Flower Maiden and laughed at himself. They had been implicated in the matter of King Greedwolf's capture because they had recommended young Master Winchong. This time, they finally had a chance to come to the Heavenly Legacy cave abode to redeem themselves. Who would have thought that they would fall into the 1st Peerless family's trap? Including the 2 of them, many experts from the 3rd Peerless family had been captured and brought here, and they had personally witnessed such a bloody scene. This is the will of the heavens. The white-robed sword god sighed. They had escaped death in the matter of King Greedwolf's capture, but in the Heavenly Legacy cave abode, they still could not avoid death. New Dawnflower Maiden looked down at the giant iron cage and the Tao Lord experts guarding outside. Her heart was gloomy. This time, they really were at the end of the road. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out without warning. The huge cage that bound them twisted and broke apart, revealing a huge gap. A man wearing a conical bamboo hat and holding a pitch-black long sword slashed through the huge cage. New Dawnflower Maiden was startled. This cage had been strengthened by the seals of several Tao Lords. Unless it was a Patriarch-level Tao Lord, ordinary Tao Lords could not do anything to the cage. This was also why they had been powerless to resist. However, the person in front of him had easily destroyed the cage. However, after a short moment of astonishment, she and the other trapped people immediately reacted and rushed out of the gap. The elders who were guarding outside the cage immediately reacted. They roared and rushed over to stop everyone from escaping. However, when Suyu swept his sword over them, he used his extraordinary swordsmanship to intimidate them so much that they dared not approach him. Soon the captured snow swordsman and the other pirates also escaped. He hurriedly said, "The leader of the Sea Wolves and the leader of the Blue Phoenix are locked in another cage." Suyu said calmly, "You take the people and escape first. Leave the matter of rescuing the two leaders to me." "Leader Su, be careful," the bladesman in the snow said. After they left, Suyu cast his gaze at the other cage. The cage was sealed from the outside to the inside, so even though there was a huge commotion outside, the people inside had no idea what was going on. Suyu's eyes shone brightly as he dashed over. Before he arrived, his sword was already there. The elders who were in charge of guarding the cages stepped aside in fear, not daring to get close to him. Clang! With a sweep of the sword, the cage was blasted open. Two figures were revealed. They were the captured leader of the Blue Phoenix and the leader of the Sea Wolves. Their mental state was not good. Apart from the damage caused by the chains, the formation on the cage had a subtle, restraining effect on them, causing their consciousness to blur. This was to prevent them from resisting on the spot when their blood essence was extracted, which would be detrimental to them. The leader of the Sea Wolves was fine, only slightly tired, but the leader of the Blue Phoenix had fallen into a deep coma. Realizing that the cage had been broken, the leader of the Sea Wolves was shocked at first. Then, realizing that it was Suyu who had come to rescue them, he was delighted. He immediately stood up and said, "Leader Su, thank you." Suyu did not say a word. He took a step forward and picked up the leader of the Blue Phoenix by the waist, then immediately rushed out. With such a huge commotion, he believed that the golden-eyed scholar would quickly react. The leader of the Sea Wolves followed Suyu and rushed out. Unexpectedly, as soon as Suyu left, he set up 10 space vortexes at the opening. Sensing Suyu's intentions, the leader of the Sea Wolves stopped smiling and roared, "Little bastard! I knew you were also thinking of ways to kill me. Open!" With a loud roar, the giant shadow of a wolf materialized behind him and tore open several space vortexes. In a few breaths, the 10 space vortexes that Suyu had set up were successfully torn open. As soon as he came out, he saw the back of Suyu carrying the leader of the Blue Phoenix and escaping. But he had no time to give chase, because the elders around him had already surrounded him. "Su, this is not the end." The leader of the Sea Wolves was furious. As long as he could return alive, he would do everything in his power to kill Suyu. The enmity between them had reached a point where it could not be salvaged. Even though the leader of the Sea Wolves had single-handedly caused all of this conflict, the leader of the Sea Wolves was still alive. Freeze! But even if he wanted to leave, Suyu might not let him. Suyu, who had already walked far away, activated the laws of time and space to freeze him in place. When 3 breaths had passed and the leader of the Sea Wolves was freed, he felt as if the world had jumped. Moreover, the elders who had been far away a moment ago had strangely appeared in front of him. It was not teleportation, but a loss of time and space. His heart thumped as if he had missed a beat. It was as if he had stepped off a cliff and fallen into an abyss. A thick sense of hopelessness enveloped his heart. In his eyes, the domain released by the combined efforts of several elders was reflected. The next moment, the leader of the sea wolves let out a series of pitiful cries. He was on the verge of death. His eyes were still reflecting Su Yu's fleeing figure in the distance. Swish! At the same time, the golden-eyed playboy had finally been notified by the elders and appeared. Looking at the two destroyed cages, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Who did this? The Rock Path Master's heart trembled. Master, it seems to be someone from the Pirate Alliance. His sword techniques are superb and extremely powerful. How could he be more powerful than all of you? The golden-eyed playboy rebuked. How could the 5 elders not be able to stop one of the 10 great pirate leaders? Unless Xiaoxiaoye came personally. The Rock Pathmaster was also in disbelief. It's absolutely true. He could easily take our lives with just one sword technique, but he is not Xiaoxiaoye. I heard the pirates call him Leader Su. The expression of the golden-eyed playboy changed for a long time. Investigate. It is impossible for such a powerful leader to appear in the Pirate Alliance for no reason. When the leader of the sea wolves, who was on his last breath, heard this, a trace of hatred remained in his weak eyes. He is Su Rushu. Chapter 2256. Him, the number 1 peerless family. No one would be unfamiliar with the name Su Rushu. In the eyes of the clan elders and guest chamberlains, Su Rushu was a murderer who had killed many outstanding disciples of the number 1 peerless family. She had already defected to the Pirate Alliance. Only golden-eyed Langju knew that Su Rushu was a chess piece he had planted in the Pirate Alliance. But how could this chess piece possess such terrifying strength? Golden-eyed Langjun did not believe it. Do you want to know more? The sea wolf leader recovered a little and said, I can help you eliminate this person. The pitiful leader of the sea wolves did not know Su Yu's true identity. As an outstanding chess piece that golden-eyed Langjun had successfully infiltrated the Pirate Alliance, how could he allow anyone to threaten him? Golden-eyed Langjun smiled and said, All right, I will remember this favor. If there is a next life, you can find me and ask for repayment. The leader of the sea wolves was slightly stunned. Before he could understand what was happening, he was kicked into the blood pool by the golden-eyed Langjun. Immediately, hundreds of tentacles extended from the blood pool. In the blink of an eye, the sea wolf leader was sucked clean. Not even a speck was left. Golden-eyed Langjun said calmly, Continue to capture people until the blood pool is completely filled. On the other side, Su, you brought the leader of the Green Phoenix sect to a snowy plain in the north. The swordsmen in the snow sent a message to him, telling him where they were hiding. The moment they landed, the Snow Blades man walked over with anticipation in his eyes. He looked at the unconscious Blue Phoenix leader and asked, Where is our leader? Why is the leader of Blue Phoenix the only one here? The pirates of the sea, wolves pirates, gathered around Zhang Xian worriedly. I'm sorry, the enemies were too many and too strong. I only managed to save the Blue Phoenix leader in time. The leader of the sea wolves has already met with misfortune. Hearing this bad news, the many pirates of the sea wolves pirates immediately felt sad and uneasy. The Pirate Alliance was a place where all sorts of villains gathered. They only believed in the law of the jungle. It was almost foreseeable what would happen to this group of pirates after losing their pirate leader. He would definitely be eaten by someone without leaving any bones behind. The Blades man in the snow was also at a loss for a long time. He sighed to himself. Fate really made a fool out of people. He had come all the way here to seek refuge with Dowlord Sea Wolf. But who would have thought that he would die tragically in such a short time? Where was he now? Suddenly, the snow swordsman looked at Su Yu, who was in front of him, and had an idea. He said, Leader Su, are you short of people? Of course it was lacking. Su Yu is now the leader of a group of pirates, but because he had been established in a hurry, he was the only leader and there were no pirates. What does Brother Shui Zhong mean? Su Yu was a wise and far-sighted person, so he could immediately tell what he was thinking from the look in his eyes. However, he pretended not to know. The swordsman in the snow immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "We are willing to join Leader Su and obey Leader's orders." Many pirates who had lost their backbone followed suit. Not only was Su Yu's ability outstanding, but he was also strong enough to intimidate a few elders. Moreover, he had recently extorted a large amount of wealth from the 6th peerless family, which was rich in resources. Joining him was more advantageous than staying with the Sea Wolves pirates. Su Yu pretended to decline. "I was unable to save the leader of the Sea Wolves, and I am already at fault. If I accept you, it will inevitably attract criticism. I'm afraid this is not appropriate." How could the swordsman in the snow and the others allow Su Yu to decline? He immediately said, "Leader Su, you barged into the enemy's camp alone and dealt with the many strong men of the 1st peerless family. Not only did you save us, but you also saved the leader of the Blue Phoenix pirates. You have done us a great service. So how can you say that you are at fault? Yes, Leader Su, you are our savior. We are willing to follow you from now on. What can outsiders say? Yes, Leader Su is righteous and benevolent. If anyone dares to criticize him, we will fight them to the death." Su Yu had no choice but to say, "All right, since everyone says so, you can join my pirates from now on. I will take care of you on behalf of the leader of the Sea Wolves." In fact, Su Yu had long planned to establish his own pirate group. He did not want to be Xia Xiaoya's puppet, although Xia Xiaoya might not dare to do anything to him. But some things were better handled by his own people. "Leader, what should we do with them?" The swordsman in the snow pointed to a group of people huddled in a corner. They were the Flower Lady of the First Dawn and the white-robed sword god from the 3rd peerless family. When they were fleeing, they were in a panic and fled with the pirate alliance. Only when they were safe did they realize that they had been surrounded by a large group of pirates. Su Yu thought for a moment, then looked at the Flower Lady of the First Dawn and the white-robed sword god. "How were you captured?" The Flower Lady of the First Dawn looked at Su Yu cautiously and said, "When we were exploring a heart-shaped lake, we were captured by the men of the golden-eyed Lang Jun." The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was interested. A heart-shaped lake. One of the 6 great areas recorded in Dance's handbook was a heart-shaped lake. One of the 6 great treasures of the great Emperor of Tianyi was buried there. "What did you find?" Su Yu asked. The Flower Lady of the First Dawn said bitterly, "When we arrived, the number 1 peerless family had already searched the place." Su Yu was disappointed. It seemed like the golden-eyed Lang Jun had already obtained what was inside. Otherwise, he would still be searching there, not setting up a blood pool here. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the blood pool. Could it be that the blood pool was one of the 6 great treasures that the golden-eyed Lang Jun had obtained? According to Dance's handbook, it was a great treasure called eternal life, which could bring people back to life. Who does the golden-eyed Lang Jun want to revive? Su Yu murmured softly. However, if that was the case, there was no need to go to the place where the treasures were buried in the central region. They could go straight north to the area of the broken love platform. Looking at the Flower Lady of the First Dawn and the others, Su Yu said, "Let's go." The swordsman in the snow froze for a moment, then said, "We're letting them go just like that." According to the pirates' way of doing things, the women had to be kept alive and the men had to be searched. If they were more ruthless, they would all be killed. Letting them go just like that was not the style of the pirates. A meaningless massacre will only invite the other great families to join forces to suppress us. The gains do not make up for the losses, Su Yu said calmly. Although he had formed a pirate group, he did not want to form a group of pirates that committed all sorts of evil deeds. The Flower Lady of the First Dawn and the others were extremely grateful, and they all bowed to Su Yu. "We will remember this kindness, and we will definitely repay it in the future. Su Yu had never hoped that the Flower Lady of the First Dawn would really repay him one day. He waved his hand and led the group of people to the northernmost area. Not long after he left, the Green Phoenix leader, who had traveled with him, finally regained consciousness. She rubbed the space between her brows and looked around in confusion. She murmured, "Am I saved?" "It was Leader Su who saved you," a female pirate who had been taking care of her said with a smile. Next, she told the Green Phoenix leader everything that had happened. After hearing it, the Green Phoenix leader was extremely grateful. Without Su Yu, she would have died without a doubt. "By the way, where are we going now?" "The northernmost area." The leader said so. "What?" The Green Phoenix leader struggled to stand up and said, "Quick, help me to see Leader Su. We cannot go to the northernmost area." She seemed to know something. Chapter 22:57. Her father really knelt on the ground like a horse and carried the statue around the fountain. The statue kept its promise, and with a swipe of its finger, a crack appeared in front of the army destroyer monarch. Emperor defeating army didn't stop for even a moment. He wanted nothing more than to disappear from this world. He leaped into the crack with extreme discomfort. "Who's next?" The stone statue teased. Many Tao masters hesitated when they heard that. "I'll do it." On the Pirate Alliance's side, the leader of the Sea Wolves stepped forward after a fierce internal struggle. He had no choice but to risk it. Among the top 10 pirates, he was currently in the worst situation. Not only did he suffer a great loss of strength, but his reputation had also been ruined recently, and he had become the laughingstock of all the pirates. He urgently needed to make a comeback and change himself. The Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode was his only chance. Moreover, the most embarrassing request had already been used on the Army Destroyer Emperor, right? He didn't have to feel embarrassed to receive such a request. "You're right." The statue sized him up and said, "Just now, when you were chasing me, who shot me with an arrow? Help me lick my wound clean, and I'll be happy." The leader of the Sea Wolves heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was still very humiliating, it was still better than Emperor defeating armies being ridden like a horse, right? He sternly asked, "Excuse me, where is your wound?" The statue turned around and aimed its butt at the leader of the Sea Wolves. "There, it's up there." With one look, the Sea Wolf leader's face turned green. It was actually a ***. At this moment, he hated the archer to the bone. Who the hell could shoot so accurately? In the crowd, Su Yu sneezed. The person who shot the arrow was none other than Su Yu. Using the sky bow, he shot an arrow at the twisting rear of the statue. Who would have thought that the arrow would hit the center? "Hey, I've been sticking up for a long time. Are you going to lick me or not?" The stone statue turned its head in dissatisfaction. The Sea Wolf leader's face was ashen. He hesitated for a while before he moved his mouth closer with the determination of a warrior who would never return. However, just as he was about to kiss her, the Sea Wolf leader retracted his mouth. Then he gritted his teeth and moved forward again. After a few moments of consideration and hesitation, he finally flicked his sleeves and left. "You should find someone else." With that, he left with a face full of anger. In the end, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. The stone statue was so angry that it glared at him. "What a waste of my time and energy. Next, hurry up." Everyone looked at each other with anger written all over their faces. Damn it, who could bear to eat it? Whoever inhaled it in public would not be able to survive in a 7-star civilization for the rest of their lives. The stone statues were so disgusting that they could drive people crazy. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no one, the stone statue retracted its buttocks and said with a scowl, "You people, why don't you know how to cherish the weak? I'm injured, but you're dawdling when I ask you to heal me." "You call that healing?" To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the stone statue controlled everyone's access to the Heavenly Legacy cave abode, he would have been beaten to death. Forget it, let's change the conditions. Whoever calls me Grandpa first can enter. As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the crowd immediately called him Grandpa. Hey, my obedient grandchildren. The stone statue grinned and said, Come here, you shout the fastest and loudest. He pointed a finger in front of one of them and let him pass through the crack. Following that, the stone statue made one extremely embarrassing request after another. For example, help him bathe, help him cut his nose hair, help him wash his feet, and so on. Everyone pinched their noses and completed the requests with difficulty. Then they were transported into the Heavenly Legacy cave abode, one by one. Finally, it was the Pirate Alliance's turn. The stone statue sneered and looked at Xiaxiaya, who had chased him, and said, Take off your clothes, and I let you pass. Xiaxiaya had already expected that the stone statue would not let her off easily. As expected, asking her to take off her clothes in public was something she could never do. She would not give up her dignity for wealth. Dream on, Xiaxiaya snorted and stood at the side with a cold expression. You don't agree? Fine. None of you will be able to enter. The stone statue shouted fearlessly. The expressions of the Blue Phoenix leader and the others changed slightly. They were actually implicated. Xiaxiaya frowned and said with anger, Don't go too far. The stone statue crossed his legs unconcernedly and said calmly, I've changed my mind now. I need all of you to take off your clothes before I can let you in together. The male leader was fine, but what was so strange about a man revealing his body? The women inside were in a difficult position, such as Xiaxiaya and the Blue Phoenix, as well as some of the female deputy leaders. Almost everyone had taken off their clothes. Only the female pirate bit her lips, not daring to take off her clothes. Su Yu was also not taking off his clothes. Why aren't you taking off your clothes? As the stone statue scanned the crowd, it unexpectedly found a man who was also not taking off his clothes. Young man, you're the only one left, the stone statue said calmly. Su Yu smiled. If you've had enough fun, then stop wasting everyone's time. Hearing this, the stone statue relaxed its shoulders and smiled. Young man, you don't seem to understand the situation. Su Yu did not say a word as he slowly walked toward the stone statue. The stone statue's eyelids twitched slightly. Young man, if I die, no one can enter the Heavenly Legacy cave abode. Su Yu smiled disapprovingly, revealing his murderous intent. The stone statue said hurriedly, Are you joking? I control the key to the Heavenly Legacy cave abode. You can't do anything to me. But Su Yu's eyes were as sharp as arrows, penetrating the stone statue's heart. Control? Who said that? Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold light. The Heavenly Legacy Great Emperor wanted you to open the seal when someone came, not to tolerate you playing tricks on others. A trace of panic flashed through the stone statue's eyes, and it stuttered, Who are you? The Heavenly Legacy Great Emperor had arranged for him to welcome the people who came to the cave abode. But only he, the Heavenly Legacy Great Emperor, and a few of his enemies' trusted aides knew about this. How did the silver-haired human before him know? Who I am is not important. What's important is that you let us in immediately. Su Yu said calmly. The stone statue stared at Su Yu deeply. After a moment of uncertainty, it said in a low voice, Unfortunately, the Heavenly Legacy Great Emperor has already fallen. His orders are no longer effective. There was naturally a reason why he dared to be so insolent. The Heavenly Legacy Great Emperor was no longer in the mortal world, and that was one of the reasons. He stared at Su Yu, his face full of mockery. All of you can enter the Heavenly Legacy cave abode unconditionally. Only this human. Unless you lick my body clean, you can stay outside. The stone statue was furious that Su Yu had exposed him. The rest of the pirates were overjoyed. One by one, they entered through the crack that had appeared in front of them. Before Xiaxiaya left, she exhorted, "It's fine if you can't enter. We still have so many people here. We don't need you. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Whoosh! Seeing that everyone had left and only Suyu was left, the stone statue said sarcastically, "There's no one here now. You can lick my body all you want." Unexpectedly, Suyu was not angry. Instead, he looked relaxed. Clenching his fists together, he said to himself, "It's finally quiet. I can attack without any qualms." Chapter 2258. "It looks like we're not fated with this place," the Blue Phoenix leader said dejectedly. The cold air in this place was still fresh in her memory. Xiaxiaye shook her head lightly. "Not necessarily." "Oh," the leader of the Blue Phoenix sect asked in surprise. "Why do you say that?" With how terrifying the Forbidden Death Zone was, could it be that there was someone who could force their way through it? Xia Yayan has an artifact inherited from the Sky Legacy Emperor. Once activated, it can open up a passage in the Forbidden Death Zone, said Xiaxiaye. The Blue Phoenix leader frowned slightly. Is Xia Yan that muddle-headed? After opening the passage, wouldn't it benefit others? That Dharma treasure is too powerful. Xia Yayan alone can't activate it. Someone needs to activate it together. Xiaxiaye's eyes flashed. How powerful was Xia Yan? He couldn't even activate that magic treasure alone. However, it was precisely because of this that the magic treasure was able to open up a passageway in the terrifying Forbidden Death Zone. Who among us can match Xia Yan's strength? I don't think so, the Blue Phoenix leader said doubtfully. With Xia Yan's transcendent status, there was no one in the entire 7 ultimate civilizations who could rival him. It would not be easy to activate that magic treasure. Of course not, Xiaxiaye said, but unfortunately an expert from the Starfire civilization came, the Purple Flame Demoness. Her strength is comparable to Xia Yan. When Suyu, who was at the side, heard this, he was slightly surprised. The Starfire civilization was a powerful 7-star civilization. Their strength was no less than when the Heavenly Legacy civilization was at its most glorious. The Starfire civilization had 4 extremely powerful rulers, known as the Starfire 4 Devils. Each of the 4 devils was an old monster that had lived for more than half an era. In fact, the first demon was from the same era as the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. His strength was no weaker than the Sky Legacy Emperor. The Purple Flame Demoness was one of them. She was only born a long time after the Sky Legacy Emperor had fallen. Through her continuous efforts, she eventually became the weakest of the 4 demons. However, his strength made everyone gasp in admiration. It was said that she had once single-handedly conquered the lords of civilization of dozens of 7-star civilizations without losing a single battle. In terms of battle achievements, even Xia Yan could not compare. How could Suyu not know about such a famous, strong martial artist? At this moment, Xiaxiaye continued, "Someone has already sent a message that the Purple Flame Demoness has appeared in the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode and is heading in our direction. If her target is also the last treasure ground, she will cooperate with Xia Yan to open a passage together. The passageway would open, but it was unknown how many people would be allowed in. Su Yu's heart sank. Others might be able to enter, but it was impossible for him to be allowed to enter, right? Putting aside the fact that his previous hostage-taking operation had caused the 7 ultimate civilizations to lose face, just Xia Rukin's killing intent towards him alone would not allow him to enter. Furthermore, the more people that entered, the harder it would be to obtain the heavenly throne of the heavens and earth. It seemed like he had to go in alone as soon as possible. Leader Xiaoya, Leader Qinghuang, I will look around, Suyu said. Xiaoya knew that Suyu had not given up and was determined to get to the bottom of this. She nodded and said, Be careful. Many people, like Suyu, had come here hoping to get lucky. It was the same for Xiaoya, so she did not notice Suyu's abnormality. Su Yu circled around the forbidden death zone until he reached an angle with the least number of people. After confirming that there was no one around, he immediately weaved signs with his hands and muttered a very strange language. It was a simple spell to control the fairy frost moths, recorded in Pianxian's handwriting. As expected, as soon as the spell was recited, the fairy frost moths left and opened up a passageway that was only wide enough for one person. Su Yu's figure flashed lightly, and he leaped into the passageway. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a soft sigh. "Mr. Su, you are really extraordinary. You do extraordinary things." "Who is it?" Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around abruptly. He found that it was Biyun Hongqin who had appeared behind him abruptly, staring at Su Yu quietly. Su Yu was surprised. When he opened the passageway, he had confirmed that there was no one nearby. How could Biyun Hongqin avoid his detection? Thinking that she was the daughter of the golden-eyed Langjun, Su Yu did not find it strange. The star lady recruited by the golden-eyed Langjun had hidden herself so well. Was it strange that the Linchin Red Fairy had concealed herself as well? She must have cultivated some kind of concealment technique that could easily avoid detection. "So it's you." Su Yu's eyes flickered. The passageway had been discovered by the Linchin Red Fairy. How should he deal with her? Should he silence her, or— "I followed you to this remote place to talk about something important." "I didn't expect to ruin your plan," the Linchin Red Fairy said apologetically. "I can enter with you." She dispelled Su Yu's worries with her actions. Su Yu thought that this woman was calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Don't make any noise." "I will listen to your instructions, Mr. Su." The Linchin Red Fairy followed Su Yu through the passageway and entered the forbidden death zone. Then she quietly groped her way toward the snowy mountain. At that moment, outside the forbidden death zone, in the depths of the sky, a fireball was approaching rapidly like a falling sun. Even before it reached them, it had already created a terrifyingly high temperature that forced the half-path masters to flee. If they didn't flee now, they would be completely melted by the strange high temperature when the fireball arrived. The remaining Dao masters were expressions of deep fear and respect as they stared unblinkingly at the giant fireball descending upon them. Puff! The fireball crashed onto the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. The three figures were especially clear against the sparks. They were the purple flame, Demoness, Zhan Wushuang, and the depressed Star Lady. "Oh, it's quite lively here." The purple flame, Demoness, swayed her hips as she walked over. She didn't look at anyone else but Xia Yayan, sizing him up. "It's rumored that there is a descendant of the great Emperor of Tianni in the 7 ultimate civilizations who inherited his bloodline. It seems like you're the one." Xia Yayan stood with his arms crossed and calmly said, "Why do you think I am?" The purple flame, Demoness, covered her mouth and chuckled. "Who else but you could have such a similar appearance to the great Emperor of Tianni?" It turned out that Xia Yayan and the great Emperor of Tianni looked similar. If Su Yu were here, he might understand why Xia Yayan looked so familiar to him. Xia Yayan revealed a faint smile. "I am indeed Xia Yayan, and I've been waiting for you for a long time." The purple flame, Demoness, glanced at the forbidden death zone and smiled. "Frost Fairy Moth? It seems like we've come to the right place." The other places with treasures were not guarded by powerful creatures. This place was the only exception. "Are you waiting for me because you want to join forces with me to expel the Frost Fairy Moths?" The purple flame Demoness was slightly fearful of the Frost Fairy Moths. It would be difficult for her to force her way through with such a large number of fairies. "Yes, I have a treasure. If you and I activate it together, we can open up a passageway leading inside. It can last for about 10 days. The purple flame, Demoness, rolled her eyes. "Do we need you and me to maintain it for 10 days? "Yes." Hearing that, many people's faces lit up with joy. This meant that the two of them could only maintain the treasure outside and could not enter to compete with them. Chapter 2259. How about it? Do you agree? Xia Yan asked the purple flame, demonic woman. Sure. The purple flame, demonic woman, did not think for long. Her lips curled into a smile. But I will only allow 2 people to enter, and you can only send the same number of people. Xia Yan looked at Zhan Wushuang and the Star Lady and said, Okay. He looked behind him and said, Father, Rookin, you 2 go in. For people were allowed to enter. The others could only watch from the outside. Xue Mengfeiyu of the 6th Peerless family looked helpless. She had thought that obtaining the Tianyi Great Emperor's technique meant that she was fated to inherit the Tianyi Great Emperor's legacy. Who would have thought that she would not get anything from the moment she came to the Tianyi Cavern? This made Xue Mengfeiyu, who had always been proud of her great fortune, feel very defeated. Mia Zhang sighed deeply. With Xia Yan and the purple flame demonic woman present, they would not be able to enter. The snow mountain was so well protected that it was definitely not an ordinary object. It was even more important than the other 5 great treasures. However, it did not belong to them. Suddenly, Miezheng looked in the direction of the Pirate Alliance and raised his eyebrows. Where is Su Rishu? She was here just now, but now she was nowhere to be seen. Xue Mengfeiyu could not be bothered to look at him. She said, Who cares? Maybe he didn't get anything along the way and is looking for the treasure that everyone missed. Mia Zheng shook his head slightly. In his eyes, Suyu was a smart person. Moreover, he had obtained the Greedy Wolf King's lucky path pearl. His luck was definitely not bad. Now that he was nowhere to be seen, Miezheng could not help but speculate. I hope he has gained something. After the Tianyi Cavern ends, I have a favor to ask of him. The more he gains, the more confident he will be, Miezheng murmured softly. The people from the other families and forces were all unwilling to accept this. Unsurprisingly, they were all forbidden from entering. Xia Xiaoye frowned deeply. She hated herself for being so weak that she could not compete with them. She could only watch helplessly as the most powerful treasure in the Tianyi Cavern was right in front of her eyes. Pejuan Emperor was like that, and Greedy Wolf King was even more so. The latter clenched his fists tightly, his chest full of resentment. If I had the Lucky Path Pearl, I wouldn't have to face this. In the past, he could rely on the Providence Dao Pearl to pick up treasures from ordinary places where there were no treasures. Now, in the Heavenly Legacy cave abode, which was filled with treasures, he had not seen a single thing that caught his eye. My strength is still too low. Greedy Wolf King clenched his fists. Xia Yan and the Purple Flame Demoness control over the 6th great treasure greatly motivated the surrounding martial artists to become stronger. However, at this moment, they could only watch. At this moment, Xia Yan took out a cone-like magic treasure that was only the size of a palm. After blowing a mouthful of air on it, the cone rapidly expanded, becoming 10 feet tall and 100 feet long. Let's begin, Xia Yan said indifferently, imbuing thick Daelord's power inside. The cone suddenly spun on its own, and the sharp end kept extending forward. The frost immortal moths were crushed the moment they touched the spinning cone. They couldn't do any damage to the inside of the cone. Let's go in, said Xia Yan. Xia Donglai, Xia Rukin, Zhan Wushuang, and Star Maiden immediately stepped into the Forbidden Death Zone. At the same time, after a long journey through the Forbidden Death Zone, Su Yu and Bai Yun Hongxian finally arrived at the foot of the Snowy Mountain. The Snowy Mountain seemed to have a strange deterrent force. The rampaging frost immortal moths didn't dare to come any closer. Phew! Bai Yun Hongxian heaved a sigh of relief. She seemed calm along the way, but she was actually quite scared. She looked up at the back of the figure in front of her and thought to herself, what a strange man! Every time they met, he would do something that surprised her. Even Xia Yi and didn't dare to trespass on the Snowy Mountain, but Su Yu was able to enter it as if no one was there. What do you want to say to me? Su Yu turned his head and met her snow-white eyes. Bai Yun Hongxian avoided his gaze. She hadn't forgotten why she had followed Suyu to this remote place. She said, "It's nothing. I just want to convey my father's words." It had finally come. The golden-eyed Langjun had made Suyu a spy in the Pirate Alliance, hoping that he could influence the Pirate Alliance's decision. "Speak," Suyu said. He now had some influence in the Pirate Alliance. Bai Yun Hongxian said, "My father hopes that you can mobilize the Pirate Alliance to steal something." "What?" "The divine throne of heaven and earth." Su Yu's heart sank. The golden-eyed Longjuan's goal was indeed this thing. His mind was racing, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. "I'll find a way to convince them." He could have imitated the Emperor Killer Sword and used it up before giving it away. "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Bai Yun Hongxian asked suspiciously. "Or, did you already predict my father's intentions?" Su Yu said calmly, "Don't you think you're asking too much?" Bai Yun Hongxian realized that she had probed too deeply into Su Yu's background. She hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." Su Yu nodded slowly and stepped onto the snowy mountain. As soon as he stepped on it, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Even with his current physique, he could still feel the bone-chilling coldness of the snowy mountain. If an ordinary pathmaster were to step on it, he would probably be frozen to death immediately. He looked back at Bai Yun Hongxian and was slightly surprised to find that she was standing on the snowy mountain unscathed. She even smiled at him. "Is there a problem?" "No," Suyu said calmly. She was able to follow him without a sound, and she could even ignore the cold ice. The golden-eyed Longjuan's daughter was really extraordinary. The two of them continued up. The higher they went, the more shocking the coldness under their feet became. He tried to fly, but found that as soon as he released his power, he was immediately frozen. Even the law of space was frozen by the shocking cold, making it impossible for him to teleport. He had no choice but to go up one step at a time. When he was about 100 steps away from the snowy mountain, Suyu had already activated the upper tier dragon body. Even so, he was shivering from the cold, and it was difficult for him to move. Bai Yun Hongxian, who had been walking on flat ground before, also hugged her body with her arms, having reached her limit. The remaining 100 steps seemed close at hand, but in fact it was unreachable. "Su Rushu, let's give up. If the mountainside is like this, then the coldness at the top of the mountain must be unimaginably strong. If we go up, we'll definitely die." Bai Yun Hongxian's face was pale from the cold, and she was trembling. Give up? Did he have the strength to give up? To cultivate the 8 great laws at the same time, to turn them all into the domain in a short period of time, apart from the divine throne of heaven and earth. What other shortcut could there be? "I don't want to give up until the last moment." Su Yu clenched his teeth and took another step forward. He wanted strength, absolute strength. If he had absolute strength, how could Qin Xianer's memory have been taken away by the heavenly law? If he had absolute strength, why would Yun Yazi need to block the fatal sword for Suyu? Charge! Su Yu's heart was as firm as iron. His body, which had been frozen stiff, suddenly had the strength to rush up dozens of steps. Moreover, he did not stop. Bai Yun Hongxian, who was behind him, was shocked. Suyu had just taken dozens of quick steps, and each step left a glaring, bloody footprint on the ground. The coldness here was too shocking. If one's feet stopped for even a moment, they would immediately be frozen together with the snowy mountain under their feet. Under normal circumstances, by using the power of desolation to dissolve the coldness at the soles of the feet, one could take a step forward with difficulty. However, Suyu directly abandoned the skin and flesh at the soles of his feet and forcibly climbed up. Therefore, with every step he took, a layer of flesh was torn off. Then, midway, he used his strong vitality to restore his body. This repeated over and over again. His body seemed fine, but the pain came again, and it was excruciating. Her eyes flickered with shock, and she suddenly felt that Su Yu's figure was extraordinarily tall. What kind of determination made him want to obtain the divine throne of heaven and earth at all costs? Was it because of her father's order? Obviously not. She silently watched Suyu as he stepped up to the peak of the snowy mountain. Along the way, he left a glaring trail of red. Standing at the peak of the snowy mountain, Suyu completely forgot the pain in his feet. He looked at the object in front of him, and his heart was slightly excited. At the peak of the snowy mountain, a throne covered in ice, which had stood there for a short period of time, was reflected in his eyes. The throne was exquisitely carved, and the sun, moon, and stars were suspended around it. On the left side of the armrest was a dragon, and on the right side was a phoenix. The back of the armrest was formed by a hazy brilliance that looked like a galaxy. At first glance, it was as magnificent as a dream. At the same time, a threatening aura of an emperor rushed towards him. The divine throne of heaven and earth. We have finally met. Suyu walked forward with difficulty. With just one step, half of his body was completely frozen, rendering him unable to move. Break! Suyu's remaining right side of his body shook violently, abandoning the frozen half of his body. In an instant, blood was dripping, sprinkling across the snowy sky. However, it was immediately frozen again. With only half of his body left, Suyu's eyes were terrifyingly firm. Life law! The left side of his body was immediately restored. However, the right side of his body was frozen again. Without hesitation, Suyu struggled with the left side of his body, abandoning the right side. He repeatedly endured the extreme pain of his body being torn apart again and again as he walked step by step towards the divine throne of heaven and earth. The closer he got to the throne, the stronger the chill. When he reached the throne, his whole body was frozen from the inside out by the chill. Suyu bent his knees with difficulty and slowly sat down. However, as soon as he touched the divine throne of heaven and earth, an extremely angry will of resistance came from the throne. Just like the Emperor Killer Sword, it had its own spiritual intelligence and would choose a suitable master for itself. If others forcibly occupied it, there would only be one result: death. Boom! A destructive force rushed out from the throne, instantly turning Suyu into ice shards. Resurrection. Suyu's voice came from the ice shards. The fragments gathered again and became Suyu. When have I, Suyu, ever admitted defeat in my life? Suyu sat down again. As long as he wanted to sit on something, even if it was the heavenly law, he would sit on it. Boom! A contemptuous will came from the divine throne of heaven and earth, and another wave of destructive force rushed out. Undying domain! He activated the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, forming an immortal domain with himself as the center. Within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, no harm could kill him. Bang! The power of the divine throne of heaven and earth was a destructive force that could kill all path masters below the Tianyi Great Emperor. Suyu's body could not withstand even the slightest impact and vanished on the spot. However, under the undying domain, his body was restored. Chapter 2260. Even though Suyu had experienced countless painful tempering, he could not help but let out a miserable groan. His reformed body could not help but tremble slightly. I can't admit defeat. The scene of Xian, Ai's memories being stolen, and the sorrow of Yun Yazi blocking the sword for her replayed in her mind. She gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and leaned against the magnificent starry river on the back. Suddenly, thousands of lights flashed in Suyu's mind at the same time, piercing the chaos in his mind. Many things that he was confused about were instantly understood. His space law emerged involuntarily, and a small wine-red dragon excitedly circled around Suyu's body. In just a short moment, Suyu seemed to understand the difficulties that he had not understood for decades. A virtual image of a scene shrouded the wine-red dragon. This was a sign that the space domain was beginning to take shape. The rumors of the divine throne of heaven and earth were true. However, good times did not last long. Su Yu's absorption of the divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to have angered the consciousness of the divine throne of heaven and earth. A destructive force that was twice as powerful as the previous one instantly destroyed Su Yu again. However, relying on the immortal domain, Su Yu reformed his body. Endless pain lingered in his soul, making it impossible for him to be distracted by comprehension. However, with extremely firm faith, Su Yu suppressed the pain and divided 1/10 of his consciousness to continue to absorb the comprehension of the divine throne of heaven and earth. Boom! In exchange, the divine throne of heaven and earth became even more furious. Once, twice, thrice, Su Yu had forgotten how many times he had died. Each time, before the pain had dissipated, the pain of being smashed into pieces struck him again. In the eternal pain, Su Yu held on for a cup of tea's time. At the moment when the death domain dissipated, the divine throne of heaven and earth once again rushed out with 10 times the original destructive force. One could feel the anger of the divine throne of heaven and earth. However, Su Yu's domain of the space law was at the final moment. In another half a cup of tea's time, he should be able to succeed. If he gave up now, he would fail on the verge of success. Destiny, appear! At the critical moment, Su Yu shouted, and a cloud of destiny appeared above his head. That cloud of air vaguely had the shadow of the divine throne of heaven and earth. This was the Emperor's 4-piece set of destiny that the divine Emperor of heaven and earth had given to Su Yu at the request of Yun Yazi. Although he couldn't conquer the Emperor's 4-piece set, he could more or less have some luck with it. Sure enough, after this ball of providence appeared, the consciousness of the heavenly God of heaven and earth seemed to fall into a daze and stopped attacking. Su Yu, on the other hand, seized the precious opportunity to absorb and comprehend it crazily. He only left a portion of his consciousness to guard against the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth. The remaining 90% of his consciousness was immersed in comprehension. In this way, the speed of a domain esper was greatly accelerated. But as time passed, the consciousness of the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to gradually realize that the providence was not the providence that had conquered him. The great divine throne of heaven and earth trembled violently before it erupted with an extremely terrifying power of destruction. At this moment, Su Yu had successfully turned the law of space into a domain. Space domain. With Su Yu as the center, the space within 100 feet radius suddenly distorted. It was like a reflection in the water, blown by the wind. The power of destruction that erupted from the great divine throne of heaven and earth was distorted as it brushed past Su Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu leaped away to avoid the fatal blow. The initial formation of the space domain was indeed astonishing. Ordinary attacks might not be able to do anything to him. The only drawback was that the great divine throne of heaven and earth did not recognize him, and he could not continue to turn the other 7 laws into the domain. I'll bring you back and slowly use it. Su Yu snorted softly. At worst, he would just have to work harder and use the death domain once a day to forcibly absorb the insights of the great divine throne of heaven and earth. No matter what, he had to turn all the laws into the domain. As if sensing danger, the great divine throne of heaven and earth suddenly trembled, shaking off the ice all over its body, and then flew towards the foot of the snowy mountain. Su Yu tapped his toes, ignoring the cold that invaded his body, and immediately chased after it. When he reached the edge of the mountain, the great divine throne of heaven and earth had already flown to the mountainside. Watching it fly further and further away, Su Yu grabbed at the 9 jade spiritual pearl and grabbed a handful of world destruction dust. Each grain of world destruction dust had a terrifying weight that could crush a 5-star civilization, let alone a handful. With a wave of his palm, the sand fell on the great divine throne of heaven and earth. Boom! The great divine throne of heaven and earth was suddenly suppressed by an endless weight and fell on the mountainside with a loud bang. How could the snowy mountain withstand a whole handful of world-destruction dust? With a loud bang, the snowy mountain, which had existed for half a century, completely collapsed with a loud bang. Bai Yun, who was on the mountainside, was shocked and quickly fled down the mountain. At the moment when the snowy mountain collapsed, she escaped to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the white snow flying all over the sky, the splashing ice, and the collapsed snowy mountain, Bai Yun and Hongxian were inexplicably shocked. What happened up there had caused the entire snowy mountain to collapse. Suddenly, her pupils shrank as she found an extremely distorted figure jumping back and forth in the ruins, and finally stopped in front of a ruin. The figure kicked away a large piece of the ruins, revealing an exquisite throne. At this moment, the whole body of the throne was constantly trembling, as if it could not bear the weight. 100 grains of world destruction dust were pressing down on it, so of course it was uncomfortable. However, Suyu could feel that the great divine throne of heaven and earth did not surrender, and its consciousness was still full of anger. Boom! To Suyu's slight surprise, the great divine throne of heaven and earth could still resist. Hundreds of destructive power blasted out, and the world destruction dust flew 3 inches high. Then it took the opportunity to fly away. Suyu rolled up his sleeves and rolled up the world destruction dust, and at the same time sprinkled a floating picture in front of him. It was a picture of space constantly changing, from one space to another, changing rapidly. It was as if the picture was a place full of boundless space. This was the space domain. After shrouding the great divine throne of heaven and earth, the great divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to be trapped in a maze. It seemed to be constantly flying forward, but in fact, it was constantly spinning in place. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and walked over quickly, preparing to apply a seal to seal the great divine throne of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, the earth was full of lotus flowers without warning. Hundreds of lotus flowers, like moths, flew into the space domain, corroding it into small holes the size of a needle's eye. Once there was a flaw in the domain. It was like an ant's hole in a dam of 1,000 miles. The great divine throne of heaven and earth immediately found a weak point and instantly erupted the destructive power, blasting a gap in the domain, and took the opportunity to jump out of the domain. Suyu's eyes narrowed. Who else could summon lotus flowers to fight against the enemy except for Star Maiden? The great divine throne of heaven and earth is not something you deserve. Star Maiden's cold voice came from the horizon. Her tone did not conceal her hatred for Suyu. Suyu's face fell, and he immediately chased after the great divine throne of heaven and earth, which was gradually flying away. However, as soon as he moved, lotus flowers appeared under his feet. Suyu was slightly angry. Including this time, Star Maiden had interfered with him to seize important treasures twice. I will only warn you once. Don't force me. Suyu's voice was full of the space domain. Although he was very far away from Star Maiden, it was as if he was speaking in her ear. At the same time, wherever his voice passed, the lotus flowers on the ground were all twisted into powder by the fragmented space. Star Maiden, who was rushing over, narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "He has succeeded in transforming the rules into the domain. Moreover, it is the space domain." Zhan Wushuang, who was beside her, raised his eyebrows slightly. "What is it? What do you want to say?" Star Maiden asked when she saw Zhan Wushuang's strange expression. Zhan Wushuang had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, "I also know a person who is proficient in the rules of space. However, he should be in a very distant 3-star civilization, at least 1,000 years away from here." Star Maiden did not think much of it. Comprehending the rules of space is indeed a genius, but achieving the domain is the real deal. Occasionally, there were people who comprehended the rules of space by accident in the world, but if they did not achieve the domain, it was nothing. There were very few people like Suyu who could achieve the space domain. Zhan Wushuang was deeply convinced. In his heart, Su Yu was still in a 3-star civilization as the Baiwe sect master. How could he know how big the world was? Su, you and I are already at 2 different levels. I don't think we will cross paths again in this life, Zhan Wushuang thought to himself. One was in a 3-star civilization, and the other was about to become a pathmaster. They were like 2 straight lines that would never cross paths again. Let's go after him. Both the purple flame demonic woman and the golden-eyed gentleman need the divine throne of heaven and earth. Once we get it, let them fight to the death, and we can take the opportunity to get rid of their control, Star Maiden said. Zhan Wushuang was slightly doubtful. The golden-eyed gentleman you mentioned is just a master of civilization, isn't he? With all due respect, he probably can't even defeat a finger of the purple flame demonic woman. Haha, the golden-eyed gentleman is just an ordinary master of civilization. Why would I join him? Don't worry, he hides his strength deeper than anyone else, and he is more terrifying. Star Maiden was full of confidence. She was not willing to become the plaything of the purple flame demonic woman, and she tried every possible way to get rid of him. The divine throne of heaven and earth before her was the only thing that could provoke a fight between them. Zhan Wushuang said, I have a way to subdue the divine throne of heaven and earth within 100,000 feet of it. The 3 of them chased each other from afar. To avoid being recognized by people outside the forbidden death zone, Su Yu deliberately hid his figure. The divine throne of heaven and earth fled very quickly, and the chase lasted for 6 whole days. Finally, the divine throne of heaven and earth began to tire, especially after being attacked by Su Yu's space domain. Eventually, it slowed down, and Su Yu caught up with it. Star Maiden and Zhan Wushuang also caught up with him. Once the Star Maiden's Lotus Mark was activated, her speed was even faster than that of a Pathmaster. Seeing that the divine throne of heaven and earth was just around the corner, Zhan Wushuang was excited, and he secretly clenched his fists. Han Qian, wait for me. He took a deep breath, and an extremely clear phantom of the throne immediately appeared above his head, as if it had materialized. This was the real destiny of the Tianyun Path Master. The divine throne of heaven and earth suddenly trembled and flew towards Zhan Wushuang. Its consciousness was filled with excitement and joy. Su Yu saw this scene and turned to look at Zhan Wushuang. He was surprised for a moment, and then regained his composure. It was unexpected, but it was reasonable. How could Zhan Wushuang be missing when the divine throne of heaven and earth appeared in the world? Looking at the divine throne of heaven and earth rushing towards Zhan Wushuang, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. When he sat on it, the divine throne of heaven and earth tried its best to destroy him. However, as soon as Zhan Wushuang appeared, he was like a dog that had seen meat and took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Chapter 2261. If you want to recognize me as your master, have you asked for my permission? Su Yu waved his hand, and a fiery red bracelet appeared in his palm. It was the relic of the great emperor of Tiani. He took one out with 2 fingers and threw it at the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Bang! The bead erupted with a terrifying power that far exceeded the patriarchs, blasting the divine throne of heaven and earth down from the sky. The throne, which was originally surrounded by fluorescent light, was now much dimmer. The entire throne was trembling. In the distance, Star Maiden and Zhan Wushuang couldn't help but glare angrily. What the hell? That was the heaven and earth divine throne. It was used to sit, not to fight. However, Su Yu did not stop. Then, a space domain trapped him in place, rendering him unable to move. At the same time, he took out the sinful sword and chased after him. Seeing this, Star Maiden was anxious and angry. Su, if you can't get it, don't you want others to get it? She formed a seal with her 2 fingers, and countless lotus flowers immediately spread out from the ground. They rushed forward and corroded a small hole in the space domain. Only then could the heavenly throne of heaven and earth shatter the domain and seize the opportunity to escape. However, Suyu had already caught up with him. Zhaoxi, the most powerful sword, coupled with the incomparably sharp sinful sword, stabbed into the armrest of the throne. The heavenly divine, throne of the heavens and earth, trembled violently, and a crack appeared on the armrest from Suyu's stab. However, this did not stop. Suyu took out a silver fruit with a broken shell and poured out a stone from the fruit onto the divine throne of heaven and earth. The indestructible heavenly throne of heaven and earth suddenly let out a creaking sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. Hairline cracks appeared on the forelegs, and the cracks continued to expand, looking like they were about to be completely crushed. Star Maiden and Zhan Wushuang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The heavenly throne of heaven and earth was about to be completely destroyed. At the same time, a furious roar came from the throne. Streams of destructive power surged out from it in an attempt to blast the stone away. However, the rock was terrifyingly heavy, and it was completely unmoved no matter how the energy of destruction attacked it. Instead, it pressed down onto the throne to the point it ceaselessly sank downwards. To be more precise, the entire earth was being pressed downwards. In the blink of an eye, the uplifted ruins were compressed into a concave basin. Moreover, the basin was still sinking rapidly. It was as if it was going to crush the entire heavenly legacy cave. Seeing that the divine throne of heaven and earth was about to be destroyed, Suyu held the shell of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo in his hand and put the stone away. Only then could the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth take a breather. However, its consciousness had already been traumatized by Suyu. She didn't even bother to throw herself into Zhan Wushuang's arms anymore. She spun around and dashed away. Suyu's eyes were ice-cold as he chased after him with his sword in hand. The consciousness of the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to have sensed it. It shivered and ran for its life. Star Maiden and Zhan Wushuang followed behind, both shocked and furious. What's the background of that pirate leader surnamed Su? Zhan Wushuang was both annoyed and surprised. Judging from his cultivation, he should be around the same level as him. But his swordsmanship was terrifyingly brilliant. Moreover, he had so many strange, but incomparably powerful things in his hands. For example, the bracelet and the silver fruit. Each item was more exaggerated than the last. I also want to ask. The Star Maiden's face became gloomy. She had been in close contact with Suyu, so she assumed that she had already discovered some of his secrets. But who would have thought that he had hidden himself too deeply? What he had discovered was only the tip of the iceberg. The three of them chased after the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth, one after another. One day later, the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth was forced to the edge of the forbidden death zone. Outside the forbidden zone were the leaders of the various influences. Once the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth went out, he would be easily captured. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, Suyu took a step forward and was about to use the space domain to seal him completely and take him away. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, two people with awe-inspiring auras charged out from the side. One of them was merely a half-step Tao Lord, so Suyu didn't really care. The other was a strong man at the level of a family master. They seemed to have been lying in ambush. They suddenly attacked Suyu, aiming for his vital parts. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. At this critical moment, he suddenly displayed the upper-level heavenly dragon body and transformed into a shining, wholly half-human, half-dragon. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the half-step Tao Lord fiercely. His right hand grasped the sinful sword and displayed the morning and night technique. 1 against 2. Bang! With 2 consecutive dull sounds, the half-step Tao Lord retreated frantically, the sound of something shattering coming from his body. Transparent, glass-like fragments were scattered all over the ground under his robe. His eyes were filled with shock and lingering fear. My heavenly treasure robe. It was a defensive treasure robe from the Heavenly Heritage era. Under normal circumstances, even a strong man at the level of a family master couldn't even break it. However, at this moment, his opponent had shattered it with a single punch. The strength of his physique was unimaginable. Similarly, the strong man at the level of a family master didn't have it any better. His whole body was covered with sword wounds, and his domain had been cut in half by a single sword strike. "Who are you?" The strong man at the level of a family master was shocked. His opponent was wearing a bamboo hat that could conceal his aura and prevent others from seeing his true appearance. However, he couldn't think of anyone else who possessed a terrifying strength that wasn't any weaker than the family masters. "Xia Donglai, Xia Rukin, the two of you really have a good plan," Su said calmly. The two of them must have discovered the existence of the heaven and earth great divine throne a long time ago. They must have also discovered that Su Yu and the others were chasing after him. However, they didn't show themselves and just hid in the dark. They waited until Su Yu was alone before suddenly attacking him. They wanted to kill Su Yu and snatch the heaven and earth great divine throne. However, they didn't expect Su Yu's strength to be so ridiculously strong. Not only did they fail to kill him, but they were also seriously injured by him. "Your Excellency, the heaven and earth great divine throne involves the entire 7 unique civilizations. It's not something you can monopolize. You'd better leave as soon as possible to avoid disaster," Xia Rukin warned. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yu's cold eyes. "You don't deserve to say that." Xia Donglai couldn't even withstand a simple blow from Xia Donglai. Yet he still had the cheek to warn Su Yu. Was he feeling too good about himself, or had he been conceited for too long? Xia Rukin had always been proud and arrogant. He considered himself the #1 person among the younger generation of the 7 unique civilizations. "Chiner, he's right. Don't say meaningless things," Xia Donglai said calmly, stopping Xia Rukin from speaking. If the other party was angered and insisted on killing Xia Rukin, Xia Donglai might not be able to stop him. Xia Donglai looked at Su Yu and said, "Your Excellency, how about we make a deal? Give the heaven and earth great divine throne to the 7th peerless family, and you can ask for anything you want." If he couldn't kill Su Yu, he would make a deal in exchange. Hearing this, Su Yu gently shook his head. "Are you grandfather and grandson all equally arrogant? Is the 7th peerless family worth more than an armrest of the heaven and earth great divine throne? What are you going to give me in exchange?" Su Yu had no interest in talking to them. He flew toward the heaven and earth great divine throne in an instant and said without turning his head, "Don't do anything stupid." Chapter 2262. Xia Rukin's self-esteem was stimulated, and he was about to chase after them. But he was stopped by Xia Donglai, who shook his head and said, "Don't act rashly." "But can we just watch as he takes away the heavenly divine throne right under our noses?" Xia Rukin said unwillingly. Xia Donglai calmly sheathed his sword and said, "Your father did not rely on us to obtain the divine throne of heaven and earth. The real battlefield is outside. Xia Yi and the Purple Flame Demoness were the true powerhouses in the fight for the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Their mission, as well as Star Maiden and Zhan Wushuang's, was actually just to find the divine throne of heaven and earth and bring it out of the forbidden death zone. In the end, it would be up to Xia Yian and the Purple Flame Demoness to decide who would end up with it. In a few strides, Su Yu caught up with the great divine priest of the heaven and earth, who had no way out. He confined him with a space domain, and then quickly set up a seal so that he could not move. The heavenly throne of heaven and earth was finally in his hands. However, it was only temporary. Su Yu narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the scene outside. This was the edge of the forbidden death zone, so how could the battle just now be hidden from the powerhouses outside? Xiesaya, Emperor Pejun, Miazhang, the leaders of the 3rd and 5th peerless families, Xiaqian, the Purple Flame Demoness, the Greedy Wolf King, Snow Dream Flying Rain, and others had all arrived. Countless pairs of almost solid eyes stared at Suyu and the heavenly divine throne in his hands. Because of the frost immortal moths, they did not dare to barge in. However, if Suyu wanted to go out and successfully escape from them, the possibility was almost zero. At the same time, Star Lady and Zhan Wushuang caught up. Star Maiden stared fixedly at the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. When she got closer, she launched an attack to snatch the heavenly throne. If it weren't for Star Maiden and Zhan Wushuang, so you would have been able to slowly transform the rules into a domain in the Forbidden Death Zone. But now there was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Su Yu's mind was racing, and after a moment, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. He tore open the seal of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth and said, "Whether you can escape or not will depend on your luck." Then, amidst the Star Maiden's shouts, she pushed the heavenly divine throne out of the Forbidden Death Zone. Instead of being hunted down by the whole world, it was better to let the world fight to the death for the great divine throne of the heaven and earth first, and then Suyu could snatch it away at the end. The moment the heavenly throne of heaven and earth appeared in the outside world, Xia Yan and the purple flame demoness made their moves at the same time. At this moment, Xia Yan unleashed his true cultivation base. Her aura was on par with the purple flame demoness. The latter was shocked. Ichthyosaur realm. Xia Yan said indifferently, "Please show mercy, purple flame demoness." Humph! The purple flame demoness body was engulfed in flames as she charged toward the divine throne of heaven and earth. Xia Yan also rushed over. The two of them inevitably confronted each other in public. The resulting destructive shockwave could only be described as peerless. Half of the heavenly legacy cave abode began to shake because of it. The heaven and earth divine throne was sandwiched between the two. After being shaken, it spun around and fled in another direction. Xia Yan and the purple flame demoness refused to give in to each other. Neither of them had any intention of stopping. Xia Xiaoya's eyes flashed. She took the opportunity to rush up and grab the divine throne of heaven and earth. However, Emperor Defeating Army was also ready to take action. He immediately rushed forward. A mere pirate alliance dares to touch the heavenly throne of heaven and earth? Get lost. The two of them had new and old grudges. They immediately started fighting each other. The heavenly god of heaven and earth was rather cunning. After causing the two to fight, he flew away. Everywhere they passed, there was an intense battle. Before long, the entire restricted area was filled with smoke and fire. The heavenly god of heaven and earth was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he dodged left and right, weaving through the crowd and incessantly causing battles. Finally, when the entire area was in chaos, he finally fled in a predetermined direction. Most of the people were still engaged in battle. Only a few people noticed him and hurriedly gave chase. As such, the pressure on the heavenly god of heaven and earth was greatly reduced. Su Yu's eyes flashed. His figure, which was standing with his hands behind his back, distorted and shattered into ripples. The next moment, a distorted figure slowly appeared behind Xia Yan and the others. This was the magical effect of the space domain. As long as one's consciousness could reach it, they could travel across space. In terms of speed, Xia Yan and the others were not as fast. However, he was not in a hurry to catch up. If he obtained the heavenly god of heaven and earth now, he would only become a target for everyone. The crowd chased after him. A few days later, they had traversed half of the heavenly legacy cave abode and arrived at the central region. Xia Yan and the purple flame demonic woman temporarily put aside their dispute and joined forces to chase after the heavenly god of heaven and earth, trapping him in a region. Without a word, the purple flame demonic woman flicked a blue jade pendant hanging in front of her chest. The jade pendant spontaneously combusted in the air and turned into a towering flame. In an instant, the entire region turned into a raging sea of fire, engulfing the heavenly god of heaven and earth. Satyan frowned and punched it, but the sea of fire only shook slightly. Divine flame domain. Xia-yi, Anne's expression changed slightly. Among the 4 demons of the Starfire civilization, the most powerful one was the divine flame demonic woman. She had not shown her face for half an era, but half an era ago she was already a strong man whose name shook the Taichu era. When she became famous, the Tianyi Great Emperor had not yet been born. Now, no one knew the true strength of the divine flame demonic woman. However, judging from the domain before them, she was probably so powerful that people could only look up to her. She might even have stepped into that legendary realm. Haha, the heavenly god of heaven and earth is mine after all. The purple flame, demonic woman, curled her finger, and the towering flame enveloping the heavenly god of heaven and earth shrank and flew toward her palm. Seeing that the heavenly god of heaven and earth was about to fall into someone else's hands, the strong men who had rushed over finally stopped hiding. Tianyi right hand. Xia clenched her teeth and summoned a stone-gray palm. An eye was embedded in the center of the palm. The eye was originally tightly shut, but after Xia injected energy into it, the eye suddenly opened as if it were a living thing. Instantly, the purple flame demonic woman's body started to petrify. A hint of wariness appeared in the purple flame demonic woman's eyes. One of the 6 treasures of the heavenly legacy. Petrify, right hand. She quickly raised her finger that could still move, and a ball of purple flames burned on her waist. The flames immediately burned her entire body, directly burning the petrified body to prevent it from endangering her entire body. Xia was shocked. She can even resist the treasure left behind by the Tianyi Great Emperor? Even if the purple flame demonic woman's strength wasn't on the level of the Tianyi Great Emperor, she was not far from it. Watch me. Emperor Pajuan grinned and also summoned a hand. He clenched his other 4 fingers, and only his index finger was raised. He clenched his fist and pointed at the purple flame demonic woman. Tianyi left palm. Instantly, the flames on the purple flame demonic woman's body were extinguished, and ice appeared from the inside out. The extinguishing of the flames caused the petrification to continue. However, this was not enough. At least, it was not enough to kill the purple flame demonic woman. Tianyi foot. Miezheng had also obtained a treasure left behind by the Tianyi Great Emperor. It was a crystal foot the size of a fist, and it looked like an accessory. Chapter 2263. The purple flame demonic woman had the power of petrification and the power of ice. She was completely defenseless. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot after being stomped by the foot. The 3 treasures of the 6 treasures of the heavenly legacy would have turned anyone else into ashes. However, the purple flame demonic woman was merely injured. Moreover, it was only a minor injury. The purple flame demonic woman laughed. Her laughter made the hearts of everyone present jump. Her voice became low and sinister. What can you do to me, a fallen civilization? With a low growl, the purple flame demonic woman's body surged with dark purple flames. First, she evaporated the ice, then extinguished the power of petrification in her body. Finally, she grabbed the heavenly divine throne with one hand and lifted the giant foot that was suppressing her with the other. Scram! With a furious roar, the purple flame demonic woman shook her arm and sent the giant foot flying. The onlookers were shocked. Even the 3 treasures of the heavenly legacy could not suppress the purple flame demonic woman? How strong was she? Only 3 of the 6 treasures had appeared. The other 3 had yet to appear. The demonic soul stone was in Suyu's hands, and the golden-eyed Langjun had the treasure in his abdomen. The last one was in the hands of no one knew who had it. You've run out of ideas, haven't you? If that's the case, it's my turn now. The flames on the purple flame demonic woman's body surged, emitting a terrifying aura. Xia Yan's expression changed slightly. All of you back off. It was obvious that the purple flame, demonic woman, had been suppressed by the many martial artists of the 7 unique civilizations. She was furious and ready to kill. Suyu, who was in the crowd, secretly held the bracelet in his hand. If he had no other choice, he would have to attack. The remaining 6 pearls would not be able to kill the purple flame demonic woman, but they would still be able to injure her a little. Everyone retreated, and some even ran away. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure appeared 3 feet behind the furious purple flame demonic woman. It was none other than Bai Yunhongxian. Holding the other foot, she appeared with a calm look in her eyes. The 7 unique civilizations will not tolerate your impudence. After saying that, she channeled the power of desolation into the right foot in her hand. In an instant, he kicked the purple flame demoness back. Bai Yunhongxian's concealment technique was too brilliant. Not only did Suyu not notice her, but even someone as strong as the purple flame demoness was caught off guard, allowing her to appear within 3 feet of him. What was even more surprising was the last relic, the heavenly right foot. Everyone thought that it would be in the hands of the 3rd, 5th, or even Xia Yin. In the end, it was not. It was in the hands of Bai Yunhongxian, who no one paid any attention to. Under unexpected circumstances, the purple flame demoness suffered a sudden attack. Just as his aura was rising, he was sent flying by a kick that sent him vomiting blood. His body was also sent flying countless mountains and rivers. The heavenly throne of heaven and earth in her left hand finally slipped out of her grasp. Before the great god could escape, he was easily captured by Bai Yunhongxian. Seeing this, Suyu was secretly shocked. As expected, he could not underestimate the golden-eyed Longjuan's daughter. She was the one who hid the most. Even Suyu had almost forgotten about it. But in the end, she was the one who appeared out of nowhere and snatched the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Moreover, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not believe that with Bai Yunhongxian's intelligence, she could not fail to see that whoever held the heavenly throne of heaven and earth was their common enemy. If she dared to hold it in her hands, she must have something to rely on. As expected, before anyone could take action, a loud laughter came from afar. Well done! Bai Yunhongxian smiled at the person behind her. Father! Everyone looked over. They could not see anyone, but in the blink of an eye, the golden-eyed Lang Jun teleported in front of everyone in an extremely strange way. Even the many guests that he had brought along with him stood in a row behind him. Golden-eyed Lang Jun and looked at him with a different expression than when he looked at the other masters of the aristocratic families. The way he looked at the golden-eyed Lang Jun was obviously a little fearful. "Haha, how have you been, everyone?" The golden-eyed Lang Jun cupped his fists and bowed to everyone present. Everyone's eyes were burning with greed. It was obviously easier for the purple flame demonic woman to snatch the heavenly throne of heaven and earth from the golden-eyed Lang Jun. Without receiving a response from anyone, the golden-eyed Lang Jun smiled and took the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. He gently caressed the throne and said with a faint smile, "The heavenly throne of heaven and earth. You are a great treasure that many people dream of obtaining. But how many people really understand you?" His inexplicable words seemed to have not been heard by the crowd, who were filled with the desire to snatch it. Finally, the Pajuan emperor could not hold it in any longer. He rushed forward and shouted, "Golden-eyed Lang Jun, put down the heavenly throne if you don't want to die." The golden-eyed Lang Jun laughed contemptuously. "You are a fool." Crash! As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yunhongxian used the heavenly right leg to kick him. The Pajuan emperor snorted coldly. "I have the heavenly 6 treasures, too." He took out the heavenly frozen palm and collided with the heavenly right leg. The two were equally matched. Miezheng could not hold it in any longer. He leaped up. "Me too." Xia Xiaoye did not want to be left behind. She flew up with her left hand. I must get the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. 3 treasures against 1 treasure. There was no doubt about the outcome. The treasures in Bai Yun Hongxian's hands flew out, seeing the powerful power of the 3 treasures charging forward, aiming to kill Bai Yun Hongxian. Bai Yun Hongxian retreated slowly, as if she was not worried at all. The smile on the golden-eyed Longjuan's face deepened. The heavenly 6 treasures also have different levels. If you snatch them without any purpose, you will only benefit others. He flipped his palm, and a beating heart appeared in his palm. In that heart, there was a mixture of blood. There was divine blood, and there was also the blood of the Path Master. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recalled the time when the golden-eyed Langjun went around capturing people and pouring their blood into the pool of blood. At that time, he saw the pool of blood tumbling as if there was something inside. Now that he thought about it, it was this treasure that was absorbing the blood. What was extremely strange was that when the 5th treasure appeared, the other 4 treasures all underwent strange changes. The first was the heavenly right leg that flew out of his hand. It flew towards the area around the heart. The other 3 treasures controlled by Xia Xiaoye, Pejuan Emperor, and Miezheng were trembling uncontrollably. They struggled to break free from the control of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were shocked. They did not understand what was happening. They tried their best to control the treasures that they had obtained with great difficulty. Who knew that the treasures would turn around and attack them, forcing them to let go of them? The 3 of them were not the purple flame demoness. If they were attacked by the treasures, they would be turned into ashes. They threw away the treasures, their scalps numb. Thus, the 3 treasures returned to the area around the heart, like swallows returning to their nest. At this point, all 5 treasures had fallen into the hands of the golden-eyed Langjun. Ha! The golden-eyed Langjun laughed loudly. He suddenly bit his finger and dripped a drop of the Path Master's blood. Chapter 2264. They turned into flesh and blood, bones, skin, and hair, wrapping around the 5 pieces of the heavenly legacy. In 3 breaths of time, it condensed into a humanoid creature. His facial features were clear and extremely similar to Xia Yi'an's. This day has finally come. Golden-eyed Playboy took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. On the other hand, the crowd was filled with fear. Only then did they realize what the 5 heavenly treasures represented. Those were the 5 body parts of the Sky Legacy Emperor. Hands, feet, heart. Could it be that not only was the Tiani Emperor dead, but he was also dismembered into 6 parts and hidden in his own cave abode? Everyone felt as if they were being baptized by the torrent of history, allowing them to unravel the mysteries of half an era. Back then, the Sky Legacy Emperor, who looked down on the starry sky, disappeared overnight, and his whereabouts were unknown. The glorious heavenly legacy era was reduced to the dust of history. Today, a corner of the eternal truth had been uncovered. The Sky Legacy Heavenly Emperor had already fallen in his own Sky Legacy cave abode. Xia Yan stared the body that had been reconstructed from 5 parts of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body. Finally, he stared at the golden-eyed Playboy. Who are you? As a descendant of the Sky Legacy Emperor, even Xia Yan did not know the secret of the Sky Legacy cave abode. However, golden-eyed Langjun knew it like the back of his hand. The golden-eyed scholar smiled gently. There was a sense of relief hidden in his smile. I am the same as you, a descendant from the heavenly legacy era. The difference is that you have the bloodline of the Sky Legacy Emperor, while I am the descendant of the Sky Legacy Emperor's Empress. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. There were many historical records of the Sky Legacy Tharch, but there were very few mentions of the Sky Legacy Thearcha's Empress. Even if she did, it was only in a few words. Her presence was very insignificant. Only Xia Yi knew more secrets. He muttered, "No wonder. I've always found it strange that you, who have never comprehended the law of time, possess the ability to connect the past and future of time. So, you are the descendant of the time and space god of death. Ordinary people only knew that the Sky Legacy Emperor's strength was unparalleled in the world. He defeated all the surrounding civilizations and created endless glory for the Sky Legacy civilization. However, could a single Tiani Emperor support such prosperity? How vast was the great beginning realm? Was there no lord of civilization more powerful than the Tiani Emperor? Of course. For example, the divine flaming demoness from the Starfire civilization. She was a sovereign-level powerhouse who had dominated the past and present. She could look down on all the masters of the seven-star civilizations. Then, why was the Heavenly Legacy civilization able to grow so quickly and smoothly? It was all because of the existence of the Empress who had mastered the space and time domain. During the pioneering era of the Tiani civilization, whenever they encountered an opponent that even the Tiani Emperor could not contend against, the Empress hiding behind the scenes would take action. She activated time reversal, returning to the past, appearing when the enemy was weak or had a flaw, and killing them in another time and space. No enemy had ever been able to escape her pursuit. Therefore, he was known as the god of death of time and space, meaning that he was the god of death who walked in time and space. This was the truth behind the Heavenly Legacy civilization's glory and prosperity. Although the Tiani Great Emperor had created a great empire, the Empress behind the scenes was the true pioneer. Without her, the Heavenly Legacy civilization would only be a mid-level, seven-star civilization. Then, one day, for some reason, the Tiani Emperor disappeared and the Queen was nowhere to be found. The entire Tiani civilization soon fell apart. Xia Yin had never imagined that the number one aristocratic family under her eyes was actually the descendants of the Empress. He stared at the golden-eyed playboy and said, "So you are both the descendants of the Tiani Emperor. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If we joined forces, we might be able to bring the seven civilizations back to the peak of the Tiani era." Everyone in the seven civilizations looked forward to the Tiani era. Xia Yin was no exception. However, the golden-eyed playboy only laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha. Cooperate with the descendants of the Tiani Emperor? Do you know how the Tiani Great Emperor died?" All of a sudden, everyone focused their attention. The fall of the Tiani Great Emperor was an eternal mystery, a mystery that everyone longed to unravel. Su Yu's eyes darted back and forth between the golden-eyed playboy and Xia Yin. He had some guesses in his heart. It probably had something to do with Pianxian's concubine, right? Xia Yan's pupil shrank and he cupped his fists. "If you know anything, please enlighten me." "There is no need for enlightening me. As a descendant of the Tiani Great Emperor, you should know," the golden-eyed playboy said calmly. "The Tiani Great Emperor was killed by the Empress in a fit of rage." What? Everyone was petrified on the spot. They had speculated for a long time. The most common guess was that the Tiani Great Emperor had angered a super strong man during the expansion of the Tiani civilization. That was why the Tiani Great Emperor had been killed or captured overnight. But the truth was so absurd. He had not died at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of the Empress, who had painstakingly helped him conquer half of his empire. Moreover, she had cruelly divided his body into 6 pieces and buried them in the Tiani Great Emperor's cavern world. How is it? Are you surprised? Absolutely impossible, Xia Yin said in a low voice. According to the historical records of my family, the Empress's love for the Tiani Great Emperor was the most sincere. She knew that by reversing the flow of time, she would not live for more than 500 years, but for the sake of her lover's empire, she willingly sacrificed herself. The golden-eyed playboy laughed coldly. Yes, it is precisely because the love is so deep that the hatred is so deep. What kind of hatred would cause the Empress to dismember his body in a fit of rage? The Tiani Great Emperor betrayed the Empress. The golden-eyed playboy said coldly. At his most glorious moment, He abandoned the empress and married a woman named Pianxian. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled bitterly. He had guessed correctly. That strange palace of Pianxian and the strange corpse had always puzzled Su Yu. Xia Yan frowned. As an emperor, isn't it normal for the Tianyi great emperor to have many wives and concubines? How could he have abandoned her? The golden-eyed playboy laughed coldly with a hint of anger. It is indeed normal for him to have many wives and concubines, but the Tianyi great emperor asked the empress to give the position of the empress's wife to Pianxian, and because he was afraid of the empress's time and space domain, he poisoned her with the heavenly law and was prepared to destroy her domain. Is this normal? Had such a thing happened? Had the Tianyi great emperor really done that? A woman who had sacrificed her life and her lifespan to help her lover conquer the empire had ended up like this? Even if they revered the Tianyi great emperor, they felt that the empress was unworthy. The Tianyi great emperor had not only disappointed the empress's heart, but he had also killed her. So, that night, the empress's temperament changed drastically. She killed the Tianyi great emperor with her own hands and buried his body in the Tianyi cavern. The golden-eyed playboy's words were laced with coldness. And was silent for a long time before he let out a long sigh. He did not want to believe the truth, but it seemed that he had no choice but to doubt it. That was the only way to explain the sudden collapse of the Tianyi civilization. After a pause, Xiaoyan said, "Golden-eyed playboy, that is already a matter of our ancestors. You and I are both the descendants of the Tianyi great emperor and the empress. From today onwards, we will work hand in hand to inflict heavy damage to the Tianyi great era." Chapter 2265. Dream On. The golden-eyed gentleman seemed to have gone mad. How can the empress' grievances be erased with just a few words? Xia Yan frowned deeply. If what the golden-eyed scholar said was true, then the first and seventh families were the same. They were both descendants of the Tianyi the Great and the Empress. However, the seventh peerless clan considered themselves to be the successor of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. The first peerless family was the Empress. Essentially, they were of the same bloodline. Then what do you want? Xia Yan asked calmly. Golden-eyed playboy had a crazed look on his face. Of course, it's to destroy this place that made the Empress sad. His original intention was to destroy the 7 absolute civilizations. Moreover, not only did he have the intention, but he also had the ability. Xia Yan's heart sank as he stared at the Sky Legacy Emperor's body. It was hard to say how strong the amalgamation of the Sky Legacy Emperor's 5 bodies was. Golden-eyed Lang Jun, please wake up. Even if the Great Emperor owes the Empress, that is the long-cherished wish of our 7th peerless family and your first peerless family. Is there a need to destroy the entire 7 ultimate civilizations? The other aristocratic families did not provoke the Empress. Hearing this, Golden-eyed Longjuan's cold smile deepened. Then you should ask their ancestors what the Empress' last words were. Were they supposed to guard the heavenly legacy civilization? But what did they do? Carve up the heavenly remains civilization during the chaos. A group of rebels and traitors. They deserve to die. The Golden-Eye Prince reprimanded. There was such a secret. Back then, although the queen was devastated, she did not vent her anger on the innocent heavenly legacy civilization. Instead, she allowed the loyal subjects of the heavenly legacy civilization to continue guarding the heavenly legacy civilization. What the Empress didn't expect was that not long after she left, the officials started to act out of selfishness. They started to scheme against each other and fight against each other. In the end, it developed into a war between them, and the Sky Legacy Heavenly Empire fell apart as a result, resulting in the current situation of the 7 absolute clans. Xia Yan shouted, "Then what about the ordinary people? Did they mistreat the Empress?" The golden-eyed scholar chuckled. "Since all of you are dead, this debt will be written off. Naturally, it will not endanger the common people." At this point, anyone would be able to discern golden-eyed Longjuan's true intentions. Avenge the Empress? They were separated by half an epoch, and there was no connection between them at all. What motive did golden-eyed Langjun have to avenge the Empress? His true motive was just to gloriously eradicate all the forces in the 7 absolute civilizations and justifiably unify the 7 absolute civilizations. Xia Yi'an's eyes darkened, and he said coolly, "That will depend on whether or not we resign ourselves to death." He took the initiative to attack, and a vast domain appeared behind him. His domain was like a boundless great river. It surged over as if it was real, devouring the sun, moon, and stars. In front of such a domain, patriarch-level powerhouses were like moths flying into a flame, instantly extinguished. However, the golden-eyed playboy was not afraid at all. Instead, he let out a long roar. "Fine, I'll show you the remaining power of the Sky Legacy Emperor." He let go of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body and injected a strand of Daelord's power into it. This power was like a key to open a sealed door. The Sky Legacy Emperor's body trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were empty and soulless. "Go," golden-eyed Langjun said. Because the creation of this body was guided by a drop of golden-eyed Langjun's blood essence, the Sky Legacy Emperor's body was very obedient to him. Furthermore, it was spiritually connected to the golden-eyed Langjun, and it understood what he meant and who he wanted to kill. The Sky Legacy Emperor took a step toward Xia Yin. This step seemed to cause the entire Sky Legacy Cave abode to tremble. The domain that Xia Yin had condensed was directly shattered. He grunted as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A single strike from the void had injured Xia Yin, the strongest powerhouse in the 7 absolute civilizations. The patriarchs who had been hoping for a fluke changed their expressions, and they immediately fled in all directions. However, the Sky Legacy Emperor merely stomped his foot on the ground, and the space within 100,000 feet suddenly became abnormally heavy, pressing down on everyone. The patriarchs who had been fleeing fell to the ground at the same time, under that suffocating pressure. Their Daelord's power seemed to be condensed within their bodies, and they could not unleash any of it. The pupils of the Pejuan Emperor, Miezhang, and the others shrank to the size of needles. Was that the power of the Sky Legacy Emperor? To be precise, it was only the remnant power, not even 1,000th of his true power. Even so, it was enough to suppress these so-called patriarchs to the point where they could not even retaliate. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive," the golden-eyed scholar ordered coldly. The Sky Legacy Emperor's body immediately took another step forward. Instantly, a pressure 10 times stronger than before suddenly pressed down on every patriarch. The Pejuan Emperor and Miezhang were shocked. Without any hesitation, they took out the other treasures they had found in the Sky Legacy Cave abode. Unfortunately, both of them obtained defensive magic treasures. The Pejuan Emperor took out a round pearl that floated above his head. It emitted a clear light that enveloped his body. Miezhang took out a puppet to block in front of him to share the boundless pressure coming from above. The patriarchs of the 3rd and 5th absolute families were not so lucky. They did not have powerful artifacts to protect themselves, and under the pressure 10 times stronger than before, they were suddenly crushed into dust. Not even a drop of Daelord's blood was left behind, and everything was turned into dust. 2 patriarchs were killed in an instant. The Pejuan Emperor and Miezhang, who had luckily escaped death, did not have time to rejoice because the Sky Legacy Emperor took another step forward. This time the pressure was even more powerful. The round pearl on top of the Pejuan Emperor's head finally could not bear the pressure anymore, and with a crack it shattered. The Pejuan Emperor suffered a heavy blow, and he was sent flying backward while vomiting blood, his face golden. Miezhang was not much better off. Even though the puppet helped to share some of the pressure this time was too great. His body finally could not bear it, and blood flowed continuously from his pores. In front of the Sky Legacy Emperor, they were like ants. The golden-eyed scholar laughed sinisterly. Everyone, let's kill them together. He had only targeted the patriarchs just now. Xia Xiaoya, Su Yu, Shueming Fiyu, and the others had not been attacked yet. After a slight pause, the Sky Legacy Emperor lifted his foot high into the air. Boom! The atmosphere in the Sky Legacy cave abode flowed crazily. Countless spiritual veins were rapidly drying up, and the sky was rapidly darkening. The distant space barrier was faintly discernible. This stomp would destroy more than half of the Sky Legacy cave abode. None of the people present would be able to survive. Xia Yan's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Don't hold back anymore, all of you will die!" The direction he was referring to was not the heavily injured Pejuan Emperor and Miezheng, but the ruins in the distance. Thud! Within the ruins, raging flames suddenly spouted out, and in an instant the ruins were burned to ashes. A woman, whose whole body was burning with purple flames, walked over slowly. "Good. You have the ability to plot against me." The purple flame demoness wiped away a drop of Daelord's blood from the corner of her mouth and glared fiercely at Bai Yun Hongxian. Swish! She clenched her left hand, and a long spear burning with purple flames appeared with a flicker. Chapter 2266. Seeing that he was being serious, Xia Yan did not hide anymore and took out a large seal from his sleeve. The large seal was none other than the imperial seal of the Tianyi, Great Emperor. In terms of divine power, few treasures of the Tianyi Great Emperor were more powerful than the imperial seal. The grin on the golden-eyed playboy's face faded slightly and was replaced with fear. However, there was no turning back now. Go! Roar! The Tianyi Great Emperor let out a low roar and charged forward, taking 6 or 7 steps in a row. Each step was more powerful than the last. The purple flame demoness and Xia Yan felt like mountains were falling on them, and they were in great pain. However, they were all strong men who had experienced countless battles. They endured the pain and joined forces to fight back. Heaven-splitting purple spear! Tianyi's mandate. The 2 treasures were unleashed at the same time, and the tremendous power produced shook the entire Tianyi cavern. The rivers changed their course, the mountains shifted, the earth rolled, and the sky split open. The combined power of the 2 was unparalleled. Not only did the Tianyi Great Emperor's foot not land, it was blasted away, causing the Tianyi Great Emperor to retreat continuously. Finally, he staggered and fell to the ground. The purple flame demoness and Xia Yan stood side by side. One emitted an evil purple flame, while the other held a golden sun in his hand. One purple and one golden, they looked like 2 gods of war. The golden-eyed playboy's eyes were calm. He did not expect Xia Yan and the purple flame demoness to have such powerful trump cards. However, the gloomy look on his face only flickered for a moment before disappearing. It was replaced by a deep, cold smile. Fortunately, the heavenly throne of heaven and earth is in my hands. Otherwise, you would have turned the tables. He tore open the seal of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. The Tianyi Great Emperor sat on it, stupefied. Suddenly, the heavenly throne of heaven and earth released a terrible destructive power. It seemed like it did not approve of the Tianyi Great Emperor's reconstructed body. However, the body of the Tianyi Great Emperor was not something Su Yu could compare with. The destructive power could not harm his body at all. Instead, it was absorbed by the Tianyi Great Emperor. Then the Tianyi Great Emperor raised his finger and pointed at the purple flame, demoness, and Xia Yan. To their shock, his finger actually emanated the energy of destruction from the divine throne of the heavens and the earth. It turned out that the Sky Legacy Martial Monarch's body was able to use the star transposition technique to attack others with the power of destruction. Although the destructive force was unable to destroy the Sky Legacy Martial Monarch, it was more than enough to destroy the purple flame, demoness, and Xia Yan. Dodge! Xia Yan's eyelids twitched violently. He and the purple flame Demonis immediately dodged in different directions. Bang! Although the power of destruction didn't hit them, the remaining power still injured them. Most shockingly, the divine flames on the purple flame Demonis sky-splitting purple spear were extinguished. As for the seal in Xia Yan's hand, cracks appeared on it and its power was halved. Their hearts were heavy to the extreme. The destructive power of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth was truly too terrifying. Golden-eyed Longjuan's heart was at ease. The corners of his lips curled up as he said, "Accumulate your strength and destroy all of them." The Sky Legacy, heavenly monarch, sat still on the heavenly throne of heaven and earth, allowing the heavenly throne to gather the power of destruction into his body. 1, 2, 3. Soon, there were more than 100 of them. Inside the Sky Legacy, heavenly monarch's body, it was expanding at a rapid rate, showing a terrible danger of extinction. Once it was all released, everyone present would die. Even the purple flame, Demonis, and Xia Yan. At this time, Biyun Hongxian's lips moved. Her beautiful eyes searched the crowd, and finally fell on Suyu. She lowered her voice and whispered in the ear of golden-eyed Langjun, "Father, Su Rushu is inside." This time, we obtained the heavenly throne of heaven and earth, mostly because of him. If Suyu had not released the heavenly throne of heaven and earth from the forbidden death zone, they might not have been able to carry out their plan to this stage. Golden-eyed Langjun was indifferent. His mission has been completed. There is no point in keeping him alive. But father, you promised him. Biyun Hongxian pleaded. Golden-eyed Longjuan's golden eyes looked at Biyun Hongxian calmly. As a descendant of the Sky Legacy Empress, you can't be soft-hearted. Stand aside and don't speak, or else. Biyun Hongxian's lips trembled, but she did not dare to resist. She could only cast a deeply apologetic look at Suyu. At this time, the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body began to tremble, unable to withstand the nearly 300 streaks of destructive path power. Golden-eyed Langjun stretched his arms comfortably, looked around and laughed. Let's begin. The Sky Legacy Great Emperor stood up from the heavenly throne of heaven and earth and roared into the sky. The 300 streaks of destructive path power in his body began to leak out from his body. With the horror of the destructive path power, even a trace of its residual power could kill a master-level strongman. What more a half-step path master? Once this blow was released, the entire Sky Legacy Cavern would be obliterated, and no one would survive. Everyone present was filled with despair, and they did not have the slightest hope of survival. They could only watch helplessly as the Sky Legacy Great Emperor released the destructive path power. However, at this moment, Suyu, who was in the crowd, calmly took out a snow-white ring and put it on his finger. Then he slowly pointed at the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor and said calmly, "Stop!" Strangely, the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor actually stopped, and the destructive path power that was about to leak out of his body was also restrained. The purple flame demonic woman and Xia Yan were stunned, not understanding what was happening. The onlookers were even more surprised, and they looked at each other. The one who was most shocked was the golden-eyed playboy. The Sky Legacy Great Emperor had suddenly stopped, which was completely unexpected. "Continue," the golden-eyed playboy ordered. However, the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor remained motionless, no longer obeying orders, and a vortex appeared on his back. The essence blood that the golden-eyed playboy had dripped earlier flew out of the vortex and was expelled by the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. In this way, the golden-eyed playboy could no longer control the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. How could this be? The golden-eyed playboy had been scheming for most of his life just for this day. He had relied on the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor the most. However, now that he had lost the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor, he had nothing left. He did not understand why this was happening. He had opened the river of time and space and seen the future. In the future, everyone was killed by the Sky Legacy Great Emperor, and the entire 7 ultimate civilizations fell into the hands of the golden-eyed playboy. But why did the future change? Could it be that there was a mysterious, powerful being secretly controlling the course of fate? In the crowd, Suyu stroked the finger between his fingers and smiled faintly. This finger was the one he had found on the finger of a statue of a general when he had first entered the outermost Tiani city. He did not expect that the ring placed right before everyone's eyes was the most important treasure of the Tiani cavern, the 7th treasure left behind by the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. Suyu had never understood why there would be a fake Tiani city outside the real Tiani cavern. It was only when the 5 major parts of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor reassembled into a human form that the ring responded, that Suyu understood. It turned out that the city was the 7th great region of the Tiani cavern. Chapter 2267. This ring was enough to control the entire Heavenly Legacy cave abode, including the body of the Tiani Great Emperor buried in the cave abode. But why did the Sky Legacy Emperor leave behind a ring that could control the Sky Legacy cave abode? Furthermore, it was placed in such a conspicuous place, as if it was deliberately waiting for someone to pick up. Could it be that the Sky Legacy Emperor had already predicted that something might happen to him before he died, so he left a backup plan in advance? Burying the question deep in his heart, Suyu rubbed the ring, trying to secretly control part of the Tiani Great Emperor's body to see if he could make use of it. Unfortunately, the ring did not seem to have a strong binding effect on him. Apart from telling him not to move, he couldn't make him do anything else. Suyu's heart was filled with great disappointment. The most precious thing in the Tiani cave abode should be the body of the Tiani Great Emperor. Without being able to control him, what was the use of this ring? Who is it? Who's behind this? Golden-eyed Langjun asked in a low voice. The only response he got was silence. The others were reminded by his words and looked around in surprise. Indeed, to be able to make the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body unable to move, there must be an expert who had secretly made a move. However, just as their attention was diverted elsewhere, Golden-eyed Playboy's eyes flashed. He suddenly threw out a Heavenly Legacy battleship and swept up everyone from the number 1 peerless family. Then he broke through the air and fled. It turned out that Golden-eyed Langjun was deliberately diverting everyone's attention. By the time someone realized what was going on, the Golden-eyed Langjun had already escaped far away. If he gave chase now, he should still be able to catch up. After all, the 7th-ranked Absolute Clan also had a Heavenly Legacy warship. However, no one chased after them, because the great divine throne of heaven and earth was still there. Whoosh, 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 Xiaoyan and the purple flame Demoness attacked at the same time. With no one to obstruct them, the battle between the two immediately reached its climax. The rest of the people could only retreat, unable to approach at all. The battle between them lasted for an entire day and night. Finally, Xiaoyan was at a disadvantage. After all, the purple flame Demoness had lived for almost half an era. Although Xiaoyan had risen to prominence, he was still slightly inferior to her. Retreat! The purple flame Demoness successfully pierced a bloody hole in Xiaoyan's shoulder with her sky-splitting purple spear. Wisps of mysterious flames followed the wound and spread into his body. Xiaoyan had no choice but to retreat, immediately using the power of a Tao Lord to seal his wounds. As such, no one would be able to fight the purple flame Demoness anymore. She looked at all the martial artists present mockingly. A bunch of ants. Do you think you're worthy of competing with me? With that, he grabbed the divine throne of heaven and earth. Everyone saw this and felt anxious in their hearts. There was no doubt that the heavenly throne of the heavens and earth would belong to the purple flame Demoness. Suyu furrowed his brows. Judging from the purple flame demonic woman's appearance, it seemed like she still had about 80% of her power left. Hence, it would be impractical for him to fight with her now. All of a sudden, Suyu had a thought, and he controlled the Heavenly Legacy Cavern again. Behind the heavenly throne of heaven and earth, a crack that led to the outside world suddenly appeared. The crack appeared so suddenly that even the purple flame she-devil was caught off guard. She cursed under her breath and tried to seal the crack with her Tao Master's power. However, the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth was in existence with extremely strong spirituality. It immediately found a way out and escaped in a flash. The purple flame demoness let out a loud roar as she tried to chase after him through the crack. However, the crack suddenly closed, causing him to miss his target. The purple flame demoness had fought with her life on the line, only to end up empty-handed. How could she not be angry? Who? Show yourself if you have the guts. The purple flame demoness glared furiously at everyone present. Suyu secretly curled his lips. Was he stupid? Would he step forward? The purple flame demoness glared at everyone angrily. If you don't show yourself, I'll kill all of you. How dare you? Xia Yayan covered his wound. Although he was injured, he could still injure the purple flame demoness if he put his life on the line. The purple flame demoness was extremely furious. She had no time to waste on Xia Yayan. She turned around and headed back in the direction she had come from, hoping to use the space there to return to the outside world. A faint smile flashed across Suyu's lips as he murmured softly, "I've changed the way I refer to you now. This ring is actually very useful." With this ring, he could control the space transportation in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern at will. At this moment, without his permission, who could leave? Unless they blasted a hole in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. He, who had no sense of presence, left quietly. Xiaoye glanced at him. She did not recognize that the man in the bamboo hat was Suyu, nor did she suspect his motives. Now, everyone wanted to get out as soon as possible and chase after the great divine priest of heaven and earth. Seeing that no one was following him, Suyu went to a faraway place and found the snow swordsman and the others who were still hurrying on their way. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all of them into the cavern world. Then he manipulated the ring and drew a crack in front of him. Then he successfully left the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. When he reappeared, he was in the Heavenly Legacy City outside. In the Heavenly Legacy City, beside the pool in the middle of the square, the statue was crossing its legs, admiring itself in the pool. "Ah, I'm so beautiful, so beautiful." Bang! All of a sudden, a space vortex appeared above its head, and a person fell from it, trampling it to the ground. "Ah, my face, my handsome face." The statue squealed like a pig being slaughtered, as if someone was trying to kill it with a knife. Suyu had just appeared when he heard something strange beneath his feet. Looking down, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He really wanted to crush the statue with one foot, if not for the fact that he had something to ask him. Which direction did the great divine priest of heaven and earth leave from? Suyu yelled. The statue's head was on the ground, raising its finger and pointing to the top. Suyu looked up and saw that the huge seal above his head had a gap. It was broken by the great divine throne of heaven and earth with the power of destruction. With a tap of his toes, he used the power of space and immediately chased after it. Ouch! It's broken! My face is broken! The statue let out a shrill scream. The next moment, Suyu appeared in the void. In the direction where he had chased, people were returning one after another. Just now, when the great divine throne of heaven and earth broke through the seal, it was bound to be discovered by the forces that had been blocked outside the seal and could not enter. Suyu stopped one of them and asked, "Who has it fallen into?" A large number of people gave up the chase and returned. The reason was either that it had fallen into the hands of strong men or that it had completely escaped. Seeing that Suyu could step on the void, the man knew that Suyu was probably the Pathmaster. Naturally, he did not dare to hide anything and said, "Senior, the great divine throne of heaven and earth has escaped into the void and disappeared without a trace." No one has been able to catch up with it. Hearing this, Suyu was slightly relieved. As long as it had not been caught, then he still had a chance. Looking at the vast void, Suyu pondered for a while, then returned to the 7 unique civilizations. Blindly searching for the great divine throne of heaven and earth was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. It was better to wait for it to come to him. Zhan Wushuang was locked up in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern by Suyu. As the master that the great divine throne of heaven and earth desperately wanted, the great divine throne of heaven and earth would not hide forever. Sooner or later it would reappear. He did not return to the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. Instead, after half a month, he rushed back to the old nest of the Pirate Alliance. Standing in front of the old nest, Suyu released all the pirates, including the Snow Swordsman. Chapter 2268. Chief Su, why did you come out? The Snow Bladesman asked as he looked at the place that was no longer the Heavenly Legacy cave abode. Suyu said placidly, "The dispute in the Tiani cavern has ended." Hearing this, the Snow Swordsman and the others could not help but feel regretful. They had not explored enough there. Where are the other leaders? Have you already returned to your lair? The swordsman in the snow asked. Suyu's gaze became gloomy. They were all sacrificed by the purple flame, demonic woman. Hiss! Many of the pirates did not doubt it and gasped. All dead? Leader Su, what do we do now? Snow Bladesman felt very uneasy. With so many leaders dead, what would happen to the Pirate Alliance? Suyu replied calmly, "Of course, it's to reorganize the Pirate Alliance." The Snow Swordsman immediately understood what Suyu meant. He wanted to seize the opportunity to unify the Pirate Alliance. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face as he said, "Don't worry, leader. I'll lead my brothers to persuade them to surrender right now. If they don't obey us, we'll kill them all." Suyu nodded, then shook his head. "Those who don't obey us will naturally be killed, but a portion of those who obey us will also be killed." The swordsman in the snow was stunned. "Leader, what do you mean?" Suyu said indifferently, "Before we officially take action, help me find out the background of the other great pirates. Why did they join the pirates? Is it because he has been wronged and forced into a corner? Or is it because he has committed so many crimes that he has no place to hide? What if I'm guilty of countless crimes?" The Snow Swordsman stared at Suyu and asked carefully, "Kill." Suyu uttered coldly. He was in the Pirate Alliance, but he had never acknowledged them. While there were indeed people in the Pirate Alliance who had been forced into a corner, most of them had done too much evil and had no choice but to come to the Pirate Alliance, a place where darkness gathered. Their hands were stained with blood. How much evil had they committed? Their existence was like a nightmare to the living beings in the nearby star realm. There had never been a chance in the past, but now was the best time to get rid of this tumor. The way the Snow Swordsman looked at Suyu began to change. He had thought that Suyu was no different from an ordinary pirate who was selfish and bloodthirsty. At this moment, Suyu's words had completely changed his impression of him. "I obey Leader Su's orders." Actually, the Snow Bladesman had joined the Pirate Alliance out of helplessness. Suyu's actions had won him over. An evil organization like pirates should have been destroyed long ago. Of course, before we officially take action, we'll first investigate our own people. Those who are evil and wicked will be killed without mercy. Yes. Very quickly, an invisible storm descended. First, it was the old subordinates of the Sea-Wolf leader. Through soul-searching and other methods, they found out who they were. If he had only been ordered by the leader of the Sea-Wolves to rob them, he would have been able to escape. However, if the pirates committed malicious arson or violated women and children, they would all be killed on the spot without exception. Although there was resistance, with Suyu overseeing everything, who could resist? In the end, there were less than half of the Sea-Wolf leader's old subordinates left. It was not easy to maintain one's purity and pride in a dirty place like pirates. Let's go to the Xiaya pirates first. In truth, Xiaya's pirates could be said to be a clean stream in the pirate alliance. She was very strict with the pirates under her command. They usually only robbed and rarely bullied women or killed people maliciously. Therefore, it was actually very easy to recruit them. After announcing Xiaoya's grievous news and threatening and enticing them at the same time, Xiaoya's pirates quickly surrendered. Moreover, every pirate had been sealed by Su Yu and the core pirates under his command. They could no longer resist. After obtaining Xiaoya's pirates, Su Yu followed the same pattern and annexed the Blue Phoenix pirates, White Moon pirates, and all the other pirates in the pirate alliance. He also carried out an internal purge. After half a year, the sky above this civilization was covered by a thick layer of blood energy. From afar, it looked like a ball of blood. The current pirate alliance could be said to exist only in name. The real villains had all been executed, and the rest were people who could still be saved. Apart from the pirates trapped in the Heavenly Legacy Cave, the rest of the pirates had fallen into Su Yu's control. On this day, Su Yu announced on the spot that the pirate alliance would be disbanded. A new organization had appeared. That was the Cauldron. They would become members of the Cauldron and be reborn as merchants. At the same time, after being trapped for half a year and unable to leave the Heavenly Legacy Cave, the people finally chose to let go of their former enmity. Whether it was the remaining 3 great families, the Pirate Alliance, or the hostile Purple Flame Demonic Woman, they all worked together to attack a weak point in the Heavenly Legacy Cave. Finally, after several months of incessant bombardment, they succeeded in opening a gap. Everyone filed out from it. Everyone present was at a loss. Half a year had passed since the great divine priest of heaven and earth left the Heavenly Legacy Cave. Where could they find him now? At least, the Pirate Alliance had temporarily given up on searching. They had been away from their nest for too long. It was better to go back and take a look as soon as possible. The 7 great families had suffered heavy losses. The masters of the 3rd and 5th great families had died tragically. The core members of the 4th great family, including the master, had all perished in the Forbidden Death Zone. The 7 great civilizations were now in chaos. They had no choice but to go back. Apart from the Purple Flame Demonic Woman, they had no intention of pursuing the great divine priest of heaven and earth. Beside the Purple Flame Demonic Woman, the Star Lady looked around with her cold eyes. However, she could not find Su Yu. Could he have died in the Heavenly Legacy Cave? The Star Lady was suspicious, but after a moment she denied the idea. Based on her understanding of Su Yu, he was extremely cunning and could not have died. However, the Purple Flame Demonic Woman was eager to pursue the great divine priest of heaven and earth. Obviously, she would not stay to look for Su Yu. She had no choice but to leave with the Purple Flame Demonic Woman. She was extremely unwilling to let Su Yu get what he deserved. She could not swallow this anger. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and moved towards Xiaoya. With a faint smile, she said, "Leader Xiaoya, why is Deputy Leader Su not here?" Xiaoya also felt strange. Ever since they met in the Forbidden Death Zone, Su Yu seemed to have vanished into thin air. He must have perished. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Xiaoya felt a wave of regret in her heart. Such a talent had perished just like that. Even the heavens were jealous of him. Oh, that's a pity. However, I don't think Leader Xiaoya needs to feel sorry for him. The Star Lady smiled meaningfully. Xiaoya's eyes flickered. In a deep voice, she said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." "Ha! Actually, Leader Su is also one of the golden-eyed Longjuan's men. The Star Lady Path Master spoke the truth. It's just that the golden-eyed Langjun didn't have the time to use him." "Nonsense!" Xiaoya rebuked her sternly. However, her eyes flickered slightly, showing that she was wavering. It was not that she did not believe in Suyu, but that Suyu was too outstanding. Such a person would be nurtured by every faction. How could they allow him to be wronged and forced to kill his way out of the number one peerless family to join the pirates? She had always had some doubts. However, she did not have any evidence, so she did not think about it deeply. The Star Lady's words had touched her heart. Chapter 2269. Hee, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. The Star Maiden smiled mysteriously. Then she turned around and returned to the purple flame Demona's side. Xiaxiaya stared at Star Maiden's back and fell into deep thought. After a while, a strange look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Let's go." The pirates behind her all followed Xiaxiaya back to the Pirate Alliance. At this moment, the Pirate Alliance had gone through a month of settling down. The blood clouds floating outside the civilization had already drifted into nothingness. At a glance, apart from being much quieter than before, there was nothing strange about the Pirate Alliance. "Return to your respective territories," Xiaxiaya said indifferently and flew back to her own territory. His powerful soul swept across the territory. Not only was there no frown, but there seemed to be some people missing. "Welcome back, leader." Many half-step Dao lords flashed on one of the flagship ships at the same time. They were all capable subordinates that Xiaxiaya had arranged to watch over Xiaoya's pirates before she went to the Heavenly Legacy cave abode. Xia nodded slightly and asked, "Why are there so few people in the territory? Did anything happen while I was away?" The one who answered her was the vice leader she relied on the most, Iron Hand. An obscure ripple flashed in the depths of Iron Hand's eyes before he replied calmly, "Leader, they are currently patrolling outside the Alliance, in case someone tries to harm us while the Pirate Alliance is empty." Hearing that, Xiaxiaya was not overly suspicious and praised, "Well done." After a pause, Xiaxiaya asked, "Is there anything else to report?" Iron Hand said, "Half a year ago, Leader Su led the remnants of the Sea Wolves pirates and returned first." It was obvious that Iron Hand had been deceived by Suyu. He had mistakenly thought that Xiaxiaya had died and was successfully controlled by Suyu with a seal. Therefore, he could only help Suyu lie to the end. What? Xiaxiaya was shocked. Half a year ago, wasn't that the day they were imprisoned in the Heavenly Legacy cave abode? Impossible. How did Suyu come out alone? There were so many experts of that time, and with the combined strength of everyone, it took them several months to break open a gap and escape to the sky. How did Suyu achieve such a feat by himself? That was impossible. However, it was clear that Iron Hand would not tell such an easily exposed lie for no reason. Xiaxiaya's eyes sparkled. Star Lady's advice involuntarily appeared in his mind. Su-Yu was golden-eyed Longjuan's man. Apart from Su-Yu, golden-eyed Langjun and the others had also disappeared from the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. Hence, it was highly likely that Su-Yu had left with the golden-eyed Langjun and the rest. Who would believe that he was not golden-eyed Longjuan's man? Su-Rushu, how do you want me to deal with you? Xiaoye felt complicated. From her initial admiration for Su-Yu to her pleasant surprise, then to her hatred for his betrayal, her feelings were extremely complicated. She didn't want to kill Su-Yu. However, logically speaking, Su-Yu, who was extremely intelligent, had to die. His heart sank into an intense struggle. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and ordered, "Pass down my order. Invite the other pirate leaders over. Tell them that I have a matter of life and death to invite them. Remember, do not make it public." This subordinate understands. As Xiaoya's most trusted subordinate, Iron Hand immediately sent a message to Su-Yu after he left the main ship. Su-Yu, who had received the news, was sitting cross-legged on the dustless pirate's main ship, cultivating leisurely. "I once said that you might regret using me one day," Su-Yu said to himself. Back then, in order to monopolize all the ransom, Xiaxiaya had recommended Su-Yu to be the new pirate leader. At that time he had said that in his heart. Very quickly, after settling down the few leaders in his own region, he came to Xia Xiaoya's main ship to discuss something, knowing that Su Yu was most likely a spy sent by the golden-eyed Lang Jun. Everyone was in disbelief. Everyone had witnessed Su Yu climb to the position of pirate leader step by step with their own eyes. How could they have seen any sign that he was a spy? However, knowing that Su Yu had returned half a year after encountering them, they had no choice but to believe it. Leader Xiaoya, how do you think we should deal with him? The Green Phoenix leader could not bear to see Su Yu die. After all, Su Yu had saved her life. She really did not want to believe that Su Yu was a spy. Lead all the corps members and force Su Yu to surrender. Xia Xiaoya's tone was slightly serious. The Green Phoenix leader was doubtful. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? He is but a mere half-path master. Xia Xiaoya calmly shook her head. Half-path master is not scary. What is scary is that he is golden-eyed Lang Jun's man. At the mention of golden-eyed Lang Jun, all the pirate leaders present felt a chill in their hearts. Golden-eyed Lang Jun had schemed against the past and the present. He had almost wiped out all the strong men of the 7 unique civilizations and monopolized them. It was only because of the intervention of an expert that the danger was averted. If Su Yu was really golden-eyed Lang Jun's man, did he come back with a hidden agenda? Therefore, Xia Xiaoya had no choice but to be cautious. I agree, we cannot be careless. The few pirate leaders immediately agreed. Only the Green Phoenix leader frowned slightly, but she could do nothing to them. Half a day later, the 9 great pirate leaders and a group of corps members surrounded the main ship of the Dustless Pirates. They had come so suddenly and with such a large number of people. The Dustless Pirates were caught off guard and surrounded by warships 10 times their size. Standing on the main ship and looking around, all they could see was dense black clouds. Xia Xiaoya stood on the giant warship in the center, her eyes cold and stern. She shouted, "Deputy Leader Su, come out. We have something to discuss with you." Swish! The space in front of them warped, and Su Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. His appearance was so strange that it caused everyone's pupils to constrict fiercely, especially Xia Xiaoya, who blurted out in shock, "Space domain!" Those who had comprehended the space law were rare, and those who could turn it into a domain were rare geniuses. Su Yu had done it? Oh, what are you here to discuss with me? Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calm and composed. His eyes swept past Xia Xiaoya and the so-called corps members beside the few other pirates. Perhaps the few pirate leaders still did not understand that their corps members were already Su Yu's. The ones who were truly surrounded were not Su Yu, but them. After a brief moment of shock, Xia Xiaoya gradually regained her composure. So what if it was the space domain in front of a huge army? She could not escape death. If Su Yu was really golden-eyed Lang Jun's spy, Xia Xiaoya's eyes were cold, and she said coldly, "I want to ask you something, and I hope you can answer me truthfully." "Please speak," Su Yu said indifferently. Xia Xiaoya said seriously, "Are you golden-eyed Lang Jun's spy?" The rest of the pirates stared at Su Yu, hoping to get a negative answer from him. "Of course I am." However, Su Yu did not even try to hide it, admitting it on the spot. Chapter 2270. The hope of many pirates was mercilessly shattered. They had thought that a peerless genius had appeared out of nowhere in the pirate alliance. Unexpectedly, he was just a spy that the golden-eyed Lang Jun had arranged for them. Their hope was shattered. It was as if a magic box of hatred had been opened, and billowing anger rushed out from within. Instantly, it was filled with curses and curses, as well as thick murderous intents. Xia Xiaoya only felt a buzzing in her ears. She had already lost the ability to think, and her mind was blank. After a long while, her eyes regained focus. With an indescribable pain in her heart, she murmured, "Su Rushu, what do you want from me? Did I do anything wrong to you?" Su Yu looked at Xiaoye, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Among the 10 great pirates, Xiaoye was the only one he owed. When he had kidnapped the greedy Wolf King and been chased by the second peerless family, Xiaoye had appeared to resolve the crisis. More importantly, she had given Su Yu a priceless treasure, the heavens' pure dust. Staring into Xiaoye's eyes, Su Yu's tone softened. Leader Xiaoye, being a pirate, is ultimately not the right path. Repent before it's too late. Tears welled up in Xiaoye's eyes. Disappointment and hatred combined to form a unique glow. She said, "None of your business." Of course. Su Yu did not need to care. He just did not want Xiaoye to continue making mistakes. Although she had always restrained herself and her subordinates, and rarely committed murder, she had accumulated too much resentment by relying on plundering for a living. It was only a matter of time before the Pirate Alliance was eliminated. By then, as the number 1 person in the Pirate Alliance, Xiaoye would not be able to escape death. In the area governed by the 7 absolute civilizations, her strength might be considered decent. However, after experiencing so many things in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, Xiaoye should understand that if someone really wanted to eliminate the Pirate Alliance, it would actually be very easy. Leader Xiaoye, why are you still talking nonsense with him? The eyes of the Northern Plains pirates were spitting fire. This man has been undercover in the Pirate Alliance for so long. Who knows how much information he has sold to the 7 absolute civilizations? Kill him now, and we will immediately change our base. Kill? How can it be so easy? The Redbeard pirate said ferociously. If he dares to be an undercover in the Pirate Alliance, he must be prepared to die. Humph, indeed. Death is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is to live but to die. A soft-looking pirate leader said indifferently, "Leave this brat to me. I will definitely make him regret being born." The pirate leader was indeed qualified to say that. This was because he was the most infamous pirate among all the pirate leaders. Leader Mara. He was the only person who had managed to become a Tao Lord because he was good at using torture. When he was a mortal, he was once an executioner. After he stepped onto the path of martial arts, he focused on studying torture. In the end, he defied the heavens and stepped onto the path of the great Tao, becoming a Tao Lord. No one who fell into his hands had ever had a good ending. Even a Tao Master would rather die than stay in the hands of Chief Mara for a moment longer. However, ever since Mo Luo joined the Pirate Alliance, he had spent most of his time diligently cultivating, hoping to increase his cultivation and extend his lifespan. Therefore, it had been a long time since he had used torture on anyone. Upon hearing that Chief Mara planned to take action personally, a few of the pirate chiefs were energized and laughed excitedly. "This is how you should treat spies. Cut open his stomach and see how bold he is to actually dare to betray us. Chief Mara, after the torture, please leave him alive. Let him send a message to the 7 unique civilizations. Tell them that the revenge of the Pirate Alliance will come soon. Yes, intimidate everyone." Humph! A group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered dares to resist us. Su Yu's heart did not waver as he looked at them. The Pirate Alliance was a place of corruption, a gathering place for many evil people. No matter how cruel they were, it was within Su Yu's expectations. He increasingly felt the necessity of eradicating the Pirate Alliance. Chief Mara's tiny eyes were like those of a snake. He stared at Su Yu, then finally looked at Xiaoye, who had not said a word. No matter what, Su Yu was Xiaoye's man. How to deal with Su Yu was up to her. "Leader Xiaoye, how about leaving him to me?" Xiaoye clenched her fists and looked at Su Yu one last time. "Su Rishu, let me ask you, do you regret being a spy for the 7 unique civilizations?" "I don't regret it." She wanted to give Su Yu one last chance. However, Su Yu did not even think about it. Xiaoye was silent for a while, her eyes dimming bit by bit. Finally, she took a long breath and said indifferently, "I will deal with him personally. Hearing that, everyone was disappointed. Chief Mara was even more regretful. He had finally decided to demonstrate his extreme punishment once again. But Xiaoxiaoye did not give him the chance. Xiaoxiaoye pressed her hands down, signaling for everyone to be quiet. She looked at Suyu and said, "As a spy in the Pirate Alliance, you are not an exception." "Understood," Suyu said indifferently. Xiaoxiaoye slowly raised her finger and pointed it at Suyu from afar. She closed her eyes in pain. Then, "I'm sorry." A gust of Pathmaster's strength landed on Suyu's chest. Suyu, who was a half-step Pathmaster, would definitely die from that blow. However, no one expected that not only did Suyu not die, but that blow also disappeared. Suyu stood where he was, unscathed. Xiaoxiaoye sensed that something was amiss. She opened her eyes and could not help but be surprised. You obtained a defensive treasure in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. To be able to defend against a Pathmaster's attack, it could only be a defensive treasure, right? Suyu brushed off the remnants of the Pathmaster's strength on his chest and said indifferently, "To be precise, I have always had such a physique. It's just that you did not realize it." Hearing that, none of the pirates present believed it. A mere half-step Pathmaster could have a physique that surpassed a family master's? Who would believe that? Humph! Littleby asterisk starred. How dare you be so arrogant in the Pirate Alliance? Let me see how strong your physique is. The Northern Plains leader snorted angrily. An image of a green dragon appeared behind him as he strode forward. The image of the green dragon was naturally his domain. Once the domain was activated, the main body would gain 10 times the strength. The strength of his physique would instantly approach that of a family master's. When Xiaoxiaoye wanted to stop him, the Northern Plains leader had already rushed forward and attacked first. He pointed a finger at Suyu's forehead. The strength was so great that it made all the pirates present shudder with fear. However, in the next moment, Suyu turned into a half-human, half-dragon, raised his right fist, and smashed it at the Northern Plains leader. In an instant, the domain of the Northern Plains leader, who was famous for his physique, was shattered. Shortly after, his whole body was penetrated by Suyu's fist like a piece of paper. The Northern Plains leader's body went limp little by little. In the end, he fell from the sky and landed on the warship, motionless. He was dead. The dignified Northern Plains leader had been killed by someone's physique? Suyu lowered his head and wiped the Pathmaster's blood off his fist. He said calmly, "I told you, my physique is very strong." 8:00 tomorrow morning. Chapter 2271. Suyu's words reverberated in the silent sky above the battleship. All the pirates, including Xiaoxiaoye, gasped as they looked at Suyu, who was in his half-human, half-dragon form. Xiaoxiaoye's crystalline pupils shrank. She had thought that Suyu's greatest reliance was Mengkir. Who would have thought that he was a top-notch expert himself? Clenching her fists, Xiaoxiaoye said in a low voice, "Su Rushu, please remember, this is the Pirate Alliance where all the pirates in the world gather. Can you fight everyone by yourself?" Suyu was alone after all. Even with the ocean wave pirates, he didn't even have a tenth of their strength. The disparity between them meant that Suyu had no chance of survival. Suyu raised his eyes, his expression calm as he said, "I'd like to say the same to you 8 leaders. This is the Pirate Alliance, so please don't do anything that will cause others to misunderstand. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible." Hearing that, several of the pirate leaders laughed in anger. Chief Mora laughed. "This kid is crazy. Leader Xiaoye, what are you hesitating for? You will be the leader, and the 7 of us will be the assistants. All the half-Dao masters will be on standby. We must keep this kid here forever." Yes, dozens of half-Dao masters flew over from their respective pirate groups. However, most of them were not surrounding Suyu, but several of the pirate leaders. The other half of the pirate leaders suddenly noticed the strange behavior of their companions. They could not help but be startled. Chief Moro narrowed his eyes as he stared at the pirate leaders surrounding them. "Did you betray us?" Xiaoxiao stared at one of the pirates and said in disbelief, "Iron Hand, can you tell me what's going on?" The deputy leader, Iron Hand, whom she had trained for many years, had betrayed her. Iron Hand lowered his head, his face full of shame. "Don't ask me. I'm just following orders." Swish! Numerous gazes fell upon Suyu. Xiaoxiao said stiffly, "I've really underestimated you." She should have known that Suyu had come back half a year earlier. "You flatter me," Suyu said calmly. "I'll say it one last time. Don't do anything that will cause others to misunderstand." When had Chief Moro ever feared anyone in his life? He immediately issued an order to the half-step Tao Lords, who had followed him to the Heavenly Legacy Cave and hadn't been controlled by Suyu. Kill him! Those half-step Tao Lords might not be able to kill Suyu, but they could still throw him into confusion. The dozen or so half-step Tao Lords braced themselves and charged forward with murderous intent. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, hundreds of pirate warships in the distance suddenly opened fire. The power of those cannons was no weaker than that of a half-step Tao Lord. Hundreds of cannons were fired in an instant. One could imagine the scene. The half-step Tao Lords who were besieging Suyu were instantly bombarded into nothingness. It was worth mentioning that the warships that opened fire were the main warships of the few pirate leaders. They had just ridden it. Chief Mara's eyelids twitched slightly. He took a look at his main battleship, and his eyes gradually turned gloomy. "You've even controlled the people on my main battleship?" Suyu nodded, then shook his head lightly. "To be precise, all of your pirates are under my command, except for those who are already dead." As if in response to Suyu's words, the densely packed giant warships all extended their cannons and aimed them at Chief Mara from afar. The number of giant warships in the Pirate Alliance was no less than 10,000. The cannons on each of the giant warships numbered at least 10,000, and some even had hundreds of thousands of cannons. If the cannons of 10,000 warships were all aimed at a single person, even a Tao Lord who had opened his domain would be annihilated. Chief Mara's pupils shrank, and he stood there not daring to move. The rest of the pirate leaders also broke out in a cold sweat. All of the pirates had been subdued by Suyu? Xiaoxiao was stunned for a long time. Then she sighed deeply and said in a low voice, "Su Rushu, you've won." When she had returned, she had wondered why so many people were missing from her domain. Now that she thought about it, they must have been killed. Now, it wasn't them who had led the pirates to surround Suyu. It was Suyu who had led all the pirates to surround them. Suyu said calmly, "I didn't want to defeat you. I just wanted to save you." Just as he had said before, being a pirate was not the right path, and it was difficult for him to have a good ending. The corners of Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly, and she made a smiling face. However, it was a mocking expression. She just didn't know whether she was mocking herself or Suyu. Suyu turned to look at the rest of the pirate leaders, and his eyes became fierce. Surrender or die? Several pirate leaders were so furious that their chests were about to explode. The pirate alliance that they had spent their entire lives building had ultimately become a weapon that threatened them. Although they were angry, they naturally had to protect themselves when their lives were in danger. "What do you want to do to us?" Chief Mara bellowed in a deep voice, "Release your souls." Chief Mara's heart shook, and he released his souls without changing his expression. "So you wanted to control their souls?" That was just wishful thinking. Their souls had already been transformed, and their souls were indestructible. Suyu was merely a half-step Tao Lord, so his soul couldn't be as strong as a Tao Lord's, could it? It was absolutely impossible for him to control them with his own soul. He would pretend to be controlled first, and then give Suyu a fatal blow afterward. However, Chief Mara did not expect that Suyu would not use his own soul to control them. Instead, a black cat the size of a palm appeared on his shoulder. The black cat meowed at Chief Mara, and a black speck of light shot into Chief Mara's soul from its eyes. All of a sudden, Chief Mara felt that there was an additional mark that was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. Within that mark, there was a soul energy that was far stronger than his own. Once the mark exploded, it would be enough to destroy his soul completely. Chief Mara's face turned pale in an instant. His wishful thinking had failed. What is this? Su Yu replied calmly, the sixth treasure of the Tianyi cavern. The Tianyi Great Emperor's body was divided into 6 major parts. His limbs and heart had all appeared, but the remaining parts had yet to be revealed. The malicious soul stone came from the skull, and it was also his soul. Wouldn't it be easy for the Tianyi Great Emperor's soul to suppress the soul of a mere path master? Next, Su Yu waved his hand, and the giant cannons of the 10,000 ships locked onto another pirate leader. The pirate leader shuddered, and he released his soul in humiliation and unwillingness, allowing himself to be controlled by the malicious soul stone. Just like that, several pirate leaders succumbed to Su Yu's control. When it was the Green Phoenix leader's turn, she laughed bitterly and said, "Don't aim at me, I'll do it myself." She had released her soul on her own, and Su Yu had placed a seal on it. Su Yu smiled indifferently. Apart from Xia Xiaoye, the only one whom Su Yu felt he could forgive was probably the Green Phoenix leader. From what he had gathered, this woman had been imitating Xia Xiaoye and was similarly strict with her subordinates. Moreover, they had interacted with each other before. Finally, Su Yu looked at Xia Xiaoye, his expression slightly complicated. "Xia Xiaoye, it's your turn." Xia Xiaoye had kept her head lowered, and no one could see her expression clearly. At this moment, she raised her eyes, which were filled with faint hatred. "Su, this debt will be settled sooner or later." After saying this, she suddenly took out a black iron-colored wing from her sleeve and stuck it on her back. The wing was surrounded by a black light. It had obviously been secretly activated for a long time and had been fully activated. This item was a relic that Xia Xiaoye had obtained in the Tianyi cavern. Once activated, it had the ability to travel through space that was comparable to the Wanzhong beast. She had been holding back, secretly activating it. The black wing turned into a beam of light, and with the instantaneous space movement, it disappeared from its original spot. The giant cannons of the 10,000 giant warships could not catch up. Having lost Xia Xiaoye, the swordsman in the snow side, the strongest of the pirate leaders had escaped. Their operation this time was considered half a failure. Only Su Yu quietly sighed. "I'll let you go. Take care." If he really wanted to stop her, with Su Yu's current space domain, it would not be difficult for him to stop her. He did not attack, deliberately letting her go. This was also one of his initial plans. After all, Xia Xiaoye had helped him before, so he would not really do anything to her. Collecting his thoughts, Su Yu turned to look at the pirate alliance behind him. "Follow me." The entire pirate alliance boarded the warships and left the old nest in a grandiose manner. In the void, far away from the old nest, Su Yu ordered all the warships to turn around and fire at the old nest civilization. In an instant, a giant civilization comparable to a 6-star civilization was bombarded into nothingness. The sky was filled with flames, illuminating the faces of all the pirates, making them look incomparably complicated. At that moment, a loud voice rang out in their minds. "From this day on, the Pirate Alliance is completely disbanded." This sentence announced the end of the hundreds of millions of years of history of the Pirate Alliance. From now on, there would be no more Pirate Alliance, only a cauldron. Su Yu did not look back. His eyes were looking straight at the 7 unique civilizations, and he murmured, "That thing can finally be done." Although it was not quite the same as what he had imagined. At that time, the 7th Peerless family, in the guest hall, Xia Yan held an invitation letter in his hand, his finger gently tapping on it. Xia Rukin, who was beside him, stared at the invitation letter, his eyes filled with intense passion. "Father, when did you get the invitation letter? Why didn't we know about it?" Xia Rukin asked excitedly, an event that the heir of the 7th peerless family looked forward to was obviously important. At least, there was no event in the 7 unique civilizations that could attract him. Xia Yan said calmly a long time ago. Xia Rukin understood tacitly. A long time ago, when Xia Yan was traveling in the star region, perhaps under some special circumstances, he had obtained this incomparably precious invitation letter. Then when do we set off? The date set on the invitation letter is approaching. Xia Rukin could not bear the itch in his heart. Xia Yan's brows were filled with a sense of tiredness that could not be dispelled. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Before we set off, I want to confirm something." "What is it?" "To be precise, I want to confirm a person. That person might be related to the ancestor." Chapter 2272. Xia Yan pondered and shook his head. "Wait until I find him and confirm it." As his voice faded away, Xia Yan took the invitation and left the 7th absolute civilization. At the same time, the 6th civilization. After Mie Zheng returned, he stabilized the situation in the civilization in the shortest time possible. Then he gathered more than half of the elites and set up a warship to head toward the number 1 peerless family. After the Heavenly Legacy Cavern incident, the 3rd and 5th peerless family leaders had fallen, while all the core members of the 4th peerless family had died in the Forbidden Zone. Now, there were many empty areas in the 7 civilizations. It was the best time to expand one's strength. The 6th civilization was no exception. "Father, why don't we attack the 4th civilization immediately? Instead, we're going to the 1st civilization." Shui Mengfei frowned, not understanding her father's actions. Not only was the 4th civilization very close to them, but all the core members had been wiped out. It was the best time to harvest. At the very least, the 5th civilization was not bad. With the death of the family leader and the interference of the 6th peerless family, they should be able to plunder a lot of resources, right? Was it really worth it to come all the way to the 1st peerless family? Mie Zheng's eyes were filled with light as he said meaningfully, "The 1st peerless family is a place worth conquering." "Why do you say that?" Mie Zheng was old and experienced. His eyes were deep as he said, "If I'm not wrong, the 1st peerless family should be empty now. Not only are the elites in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern gone, but even the elites left in the Sher family have left." On the other hand, although the 4th peerless family leader and core members had all fallen, the core members left in the 4th peerless family were still there. Plundering the 4th peerless family was not as easy as one might imagine. The 1st peerless family was the best choice. After hearing the details, Shui Mengfeiyu felt relieved. She followed her father and used the Wanzhong beast. After a few months, they crossed more than half of the 7 civilizations and arrived at the capital of the 1st civilization. However, when they arrived above the capital, Shui Mengfeiyu was shocked to find that the capital was indeed empty. There were not many people from the 1st peerless family. However, the sky above the capital was filled with tens of thousands of warships. At first glance, it was like a huge black cloud covering the sky above the 1st peerless family. When they appeared on the Wanzhong beast, the 10,000 huge ships immediately sensed them, and all of them extended their powerful cannons, aiming at them. Even Mie Zheng's heart was pounding in fear. Although the symbols of these warships had been erased, the 7 ultimate civilizations had fought with the pirates for many years. So how could they not recognize the origins of these warships? Shui Mengfeiyu gasped and said fearfully, This place has already been occupied by the Pirate Alliance." When Shui Mengfeiyu recalled her experience in the Pirate Alliance, she felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, the pirate warships surrounded them and did not attack. The snow swordsman drove a main battleship and quickly approached. Standing on the bow of the battleship, he looked down and said, "So it's the 6th peerless clan. Wait here and don't move." I'll go ask Cauldron Venerable." Without waiting for them to say anything, the Snow Swordsman returned to the capital of the number 1 Peerless clan. Shui Mengfiyu sized up the surrounding warships suspiciously. She whispered, "Father, are these the Pirate Alliance's warships?" Miezhang nodded thoughtfully. "Then, what kind of person is that Cauldron Zun in the Pirate Alliance? Vice leader or branch leader?" Shui Mengfeiyu was puzzled. Not to mention her, even Miezhang was confused. He had been in contact with the Pirate Alliance for many years and had never heard of the position of Cauldron Venerable. It shouldn't be just the vice leader. Miezhang looked around at all the warships of the pirate leaders and pondered deeply. Not only did Cauldron Venerable surprise him, but the unusual behavior of the Pirate Alliance was also puzzling. In the past, when the Pirate Alliance discovered the number 1 Peerless clan, they would definitely attack them with weapons. But now they were so calm, as if they were no longer interested in robbing them. It was really puzzling. The Snow Swordsman flew and landed in front of a huge mansion. Inside the mansion, there was an ancient well with a purple light that shot up to the sky. This was the sky-seeking well of the number 1 Peerless clan. In order to borrow the sky-seeking well, Suyu had become a spy for the number 1 Peerless clan. However, with the vicissitudes of time, no one would have thought that Suyu would become a pirate leader, and the number 1 Peerless clan that had asked Suyu to be a spy had fled. It has been confirmed that the core bloodline of the number 1 Peerless clan has been transferred away in front of the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. Now, no one knows where they have gone. Beside the ancient well, a pretty young woman in snow-white clothes spoke in a gentle tone. She looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The person next to the woman was naturally Suyu. On the way back from the Tiani Cavern, Suyu had already predicted that Golden-Eyed Longjuan's plan would fail and that he would have to flee. Therefore, he informed Meng Ku'er in advance to go to the number 1 Peerless family to protect the sky-seeking well in order to prevent it from being destroyed. Suyu stared at the ancient well in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. After his and Meng Ku'er's attempts, they found that the heavenly well required at least 10 Taoist masters to work together to open it, just as Golden-Eyed Playboy had said. However, Suyu only had 7 path masters under his control. Including Meng Ku'er, he only had 8. Meng Ku'er's strength was higher than an ordinary Tao Lord's, and she could play the role of 2 Tao Lords, but that was only 9. One more to go. Why don't I go to the 2nd Peerless clan next door and grab another Tao Lord to try? Meng Ku'er tilted her head and said, "That was the only way." Just as he was about to remind Meng Ku'er to be careful, suddenly the swordsman in the snow came and knelt on one knee, reporting to Cauldron Venerable. "The 6th Peerless aristocratic family has led their core members here. They are currently surrounded by us. Please give the order." The 6th Peerless family? Suyu was slightly surprised. He had expected that the other aristocratic families would come to snatch the territory and resources of the 1st Peerless aristocratic family. However, the 2nd Peerless aristocratic family was the most likely to come. He did not expect that the last one to come would be the 6th Peerless aristocratic family, which was far away from them. Suyu did not have much resentment towards Miezhang. Back then, he had given Suyu double the ransom, which had facilitated Suyu's rise to become one of the pirate leaders. Let him come in. Only he is allowed to enter. The swordsman in the snow reported quickly and brought Miezhang back. Suyu was facing the heavenly well with his back facing him, so Miezhang did not recognize him immediately. However, Miezhang was shocked to see so many familiar pirate leaders standing on his left and right as if they were his guards. Who exactly is this Cauldron Venerable? Is he the ruler of the Pirate Alliance? He knew very well that the Pirate Alliance had never had a unifier. Even when Xia Xiaoye was still alive, she had never ruled the Pirate Alliance. All the pirates occupied their own territory, and none of them submitted to anyone else. Chapter 2273. My name is Miezhang. Greetings, Cauldron Master. Zhang was very nervous. He didn't know anything about this Cauldron Master. Was the other party cruel and eccentric? How have you been, Zhang? A familiar voice floated into his ears. Zhang was startled. This voice? He looked up and saw the cauldron, venerable cauldron, slowly turn around. What he saw was an excessively young face. Su Rushu. Zhang blurted out in surprise. As soon as he said it, the former pirate leaders shouted angrily, "How dare you call our master by his name?" Master? Great waves surged in Zhang's heart again. The 7 pirate leaders who had been wreaking havoc in the 7 great civilizations were calling Suyu their master. He had thought that the Cauldron Master was at most the ruler of the Pirate Alliance. He didn't expect that he would enslave the Pirate Alliance. Su, you allowed the Snow Swordsman and the others to join the Cauldron, but he didn't recognize the 7 pirate leaders. None of them were good people, and such people didn't deserve to join the Cauldron. They could only be Su Yu's slaves. Zhang immediately changed his tone and said respectfully, "Greetings, Cauldron Master." "Get up," Su Yu said calmly. Zhang stood up and looked at the young Su Yu, his mind full of thoughts. The current Su Yu was already on an equal footing with him. No, Su Yu might even be on a higher level than him. The 7 pirate leaders aside, the pretty woman next to Su Yu gave him a feeling that she wasn't any weaker than Xiaxue. Even the former, who was a family master, could only be used by Su Yu. How powerful was such a person? Zhang's family master. Did you come here for the territory and resources of the greatest family? Su Yu asked directly. Zhang struggled in his heart and gave up the idea of competing with Su Yu. He said, "I didn't expect the Cauldron Master to be here. Since you've already come here, I'll leave with my people." "Wait," Su Yu called out to him. "Cauldron Master, what can I do for you?" Zhang asked nervously. "I'll give you the territory and resources." However, Su Yu didn't make things difficult for Zhang. Instead, Su Yu said something that he didn't dare to believe. "Cauldron Senior, please state it clearly." Zhang became even more nervous as he wondered. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Does Su Yu have another request?" As expected, Su Yu said, "In exchange, do me a favor." Zhang's expression turned ugly as he said, "Cauldron Master, please speak." Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. He said, "I want to open the heavenly well, but I'm still short of a path master. Are you willing to help me?" Zhang had never imagined that it would be such a simple request. "That's all?" Zhang asked in disbelief. Su Yu retorted, "If you want to impose more conditions on yourself, I won't oppose it." Was it really that simple? Zhang felt like he was dreaming. "If you don't have any objections, then let's start now," Su Yu said. Although Zhang did not want to believe it, there was no harm in trying. Zhang's strength was equivalent to that of 2 Tao Lords, and he completely fulfilled the requirement of 10 people. The 9 Tao Lords surrounded the heavenly well and channeled their Tao Lord powers into it at the same time. Crash! All of a sudden, the sound of huge waves emerged from the ancient well, and the purple light that soared into the sky became even more dazzling. The faces of the 9 Tao Lords changed instantly. They could sense that their Tao Lord powers were flowing rapidly into the ancient well. Zhang's tone was slightly anxious as he said, "Cauldron Master, if you have any questions, ask them as soon as possible. We can't hold on for much longer." Su Yu nodded and took a deep breath. He stuck his head into the mouth of the ancient well and asked loudly, "Where is the Sinful Lady Palace?" "The Sinful Lady Palace is the Sinful Lady Palace Sinful." The ancient well was full of echoes. Just as Su Yu was wondering where the so-called answer came from, a weak voice came from the bottom of the well. "It's an 8-star civilization." The voice disappeared in a flash. Fortunately, Su Yu managed to remember it. An 8-star civilization? Which 8-star civilization are you referring to? Su Yu shouted loudly as he asked again. Considering the vastness of the great beginning realm, there shouldn't be only one 8-star civilization. Mia Zhang slowly withdrew his downlord powers and said, Cauldron Master, you don't have to ask anymore. The Heavenly Well only answers one question every 10 years. You've already used up your chances, just now. Su Yu waved his hands reluctantly, signaling the 7 pirate leaders to stop. It wouldn't help if they continued. There were so many 8-star civilizations in the world. Which one was the Heavenly Well referring to? Su Yu felt a deep sense of dejection. Was this the only answer he could get after working so hard? He sighed deeply and regained his composure. Then he waved his hands and said, Let's go. Everyone retreat. He had kept his promise and left everything to Mia Zhang. Mia Zhang was overjoyed. He didn't expect Su Yu would really hand over the first peerless family to him. Seeing that Su Yu was about to leave, Mia Zhang thought for a moment and said, Cauldron Master, please wait. What's the matter? Su Yu asked absent-mindedly. He only got a vague answer about the specific location of the Sinful Lady Palace. Mia Zhang said hesitantly, I've heard some rumors about the Sinful Lady Palace. Family Master Mia Zhang, please enlighten me. Su Yu asked hurriedly. Mia Zhang said, Actually, it's not a secret. I just happened to come across it when I was traveling. He continued, A few decades ago, I took my daughter to visit an old friend in a 7-star civilization. Unexpectedly, the civilization was attacked by a group of extremely powerful Corpse clan members. Corpse clan? He hadn't heard any rumors about the Corpse race for a long time. What's strange is that the main intention of the Corpse clan wasn't to invade the civilization, but to track down the whereabouts of the Sinful Lady Palace. As he spoke, he cast a strange look at Su Yu. The whereabouts of the sinful girl that the Corpse clan was chasing? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, What is the name of the leader of the Corpse clan? Mia Zhang tried hard to recall. I think it's called Pearl? Bang! Su Yu felt his head explode. The Pearl Female Corpse. When they parted ways in the Sea of Constellations, the Pearl Female Corpse had mistakenly believed that Su Yu had died at the hands of the Sinful Lady Palace. Hence, she had sworn to destroy the Sinful Lady Palace. After nearly 50 years, Su Yu thought that the Pearl Female Corpse had already given up. But who knew? Half a year passed like water. It swept away the aspirations of countless heroes and countless memories. But it could not take away the oath that was engraved in the passage of time. Just as the Pearl Corpse had said, she was willing to be like a vine, following the direction of the tree for the rest of her life, spreading into the boundless sky. Even if the giant tree never lowered his head to look at her, he would never regret it. Su Yu's heart trembled continuously, as if he had been electrocuted. 50 years. That's 50 years. What did she rely on to persevere for so long? Was it just because of that oath? And was it worth it for her to do so? Su Yu felt his heart sink, as if it was being weighed down by an extremely heavy boulder. There were unbearable burdens in life, and the Pearl Female Corpse's love was one of them. Chapter 2274. How is she? Where is he now? Su Yu's voice was slightly trembling, and his eyes were extremely focused, showing his emotions. Mia Zhang was startled, and he wondered, What's wrong with Su Yu? Does he have a deep hatred for the Corpse clan? Why is he so excited? With a comforting smile, he said, Don't worry, Venerable Cauldron. The Corpse clan is an existence that everyone has the right to kill. Naturally, my old friend would not just stand by and watch. He personally took action and annihilated most of the Corpse clan. Although he did not manage to kill the female corpse called Zhu Ji, he left a deep wound on her, making her feel so much pain that she would rather die. As he spoke, he noticed that Su Yu's face was gradually becoming gloomy, which made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that Su Yu was dissatisfied because he did not manage to kill him and allowed him to escape? And then, where is she now? Su Yu clenched his fists tightly, which were hidden in his sleeves. Mie Zhang said shamefully, although my old friend tried his best, he was still outnumbered. That female corpse went to where the star fixing plate was to look for the sinful Lady Palace. After getting the information she wanted, she dragged her injured body and left. No one knows where she went. No matter where the corpse race appeared, they would be feared and hunted down. Even so, in order to find the sinful Lady Palace and avenge Suyu, Zhuji still went to the 7-star civilization at all costs. As a result, she was besieged by the creatures there and was severely injured in the end. A great feeling of remorse and emotion reverberated in Suyu's heart. He could not wait to catch up with Zhu Ji and check on her injuries. Does the time-fixing plate still exist? Here. What kind of civilization is that? Suyu's tone was a little anxious. Mie Zhang assumed that Suyu had found a clue about the sinful woman palace, which was why he was so excited. So he smiled and said, "I'm not sure about that. It said that it's in a remote area of that civilization. My old friend should know about it." At this point, Mie Zhang finally revealed his true intentions. "I can introduce you to that old friend of mine and take you to the star positioning plate. However, I have a favor to ask of Cauldron Sr." Mie Zhang had wanted to ask Suyu for a favor a long time ago. Unfortunately, there had never been a chance. But now, when the conditions were right, success came naturally. "Tell me about it." Suyu looked at him. Mie Zhang said, "Don't worry, Cauldron Venerable Master. I won't delay your journey. It's just a convenience." He took out a letter that he had prepared a long time ago. The letter was sealed with a secret seal. Only Patriarch-level powerhouses could forcefully break through the wax and peek at the contents. Once the wax was opened, there was no way to cover the letter again. The recipient would immediately discover that the letter had already been opened. "I hope Cauldron Master can hand this letter to my old friend." Mie Zhang took out the jade pendant that he always carried with him and added a message to it. The message was to introduce Suyu to his old friend and ask for his help in finding the star positioning plate. Just delivering a letter? Moreover, he was giving it to the person he was looking for. It was indeed something he did conveniently, and it wouldn't delay his main business. "All right." Suyu agreed readily. Mie Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "My old friend might be a little cold. If he has offended you in any way, I hope Cauldron Venerable won't take it to heart." Cold? The relationship between them was probably very shallow, right? If they really had a deep relationship, why would they need to worry about whether the other party was cold or not? Fortunately, Suyu didn't intend to rely on Mie Zhang's favor to ask about the star positioning plate. He would find a way to ask about it himself. "What kind of civilization is that?" Mie Zhang took out a rather large painting. There were thousands of twinkling stars on it. Some were bright, while others were dark. One of the stars, which wasn't very bright, had a faint red hue. This is the true legacy of the 6th Peerless family, the extraterrestrial true map. It includes all the civilizations in the West regions, Mie Zhang said proudly. In the entire West regions, there are no more than 10 similar true maps. The extraterrestrial true map referred to the regions outside of the 8-star civilizations. Suyu's eyes scanned the true map quickly. He was surprised to find the constellation C civilization in the westernmost region. The constellation C civilization was as inconspicuous as a speck of dust in the true map. It didn't even shine. If it wasn't for the words on it, it would have been impossible to recognize it. Subsequently, he found the Dayu civilization, the Dark Star civilization, the Tai Chi faction civilization, the Demon Dimension. Many civilizations that Suyu had been to were clearly displayed on the map. These were just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the entire true map. There were hundreds of millions of stars in other regions. This true map only showed the west regions of the extraterrestrial true map. There were 3 other regions of the extraterrestrial true map that hadn't been revealed yet. Even a Pathmaster wouldn't be able to tour the entire extraterrestrial true map. even if they exhausted their entire lives. How is it? Mia Zheng asked with a smile. Su Yu nodded. It's amazing. Haha, this true map was drawn by the Sky Legacy Emperor in the past. He contacted several 7-star civilizations and mobilized tens of millions of Pathmasters to draw it together. That drawing process was unprecedented. Mia Zheng thought back to the past and was shocked by the spirit of the Sky Legacy Emperor. In the end, this true map was completed. The great Emperor of Tianyi wanted to follow the true map to conquer all the civilizations in the entire star area and establish the West region's great civilization. Unexpectedly, he died suddenly, and the true map fell into the hands of the 6th Peerless family. We, the 6th Peerless family, are weak and unable to expand. The true map has been covered in dust ever since, unifying the entire West regions. The great Emperor of Tianyi was really ambitious. This is the civilization that the Corpse clan invaded. Mia Zheng pointed at one of the brighter civilizations. This civilization was labeled as the Colored Glaze civilization. Coincidentally, the Colored Glaze civilization's neighbor was the Starfire civilization. Thinking of the Purple Flame demonic woman and the Divine Flame demonic woman who had been in seclusion for many years, Su Yu felt slightly fearful. He took a closer look and was surprised to find that there were 9 civilizations that were as bright as the Colored Glaze civilization and the Starfire civilization. The 9 civilizations formed a giant circle. In the center of the circle, there was a dazzling, enormous civilization. The radiance it emitted was so bright that it almost overwhelmed the other 9 civilizations. What civilization is this? Su Yu asked in surprise. This civilization was the only one that was not labeled. Mia Zheng looked at where Su Yu was pointing and said, It's the mysterious Dao Palace. Su Yu knew about the Yellow Dao Palace. It was an organization that existed in the regions of 6-star civilizations and below. It was responsible for managing the civilizations within its jurisdiction. But the mysterious Dao Palace, was it the organization responsible for managing the 7-star civilizations? The mysterious Dao Palace gathers the strongest people in the entire West regions. Their existence is to maintain the overall balance of the West regions. Once a destructive force that is too powerful appears, they will be mobilized. It was just as he had expected. How powerful are they? Su Yu asked. Mia Zheng's face trembled slightly as he said, They are very powerful. The great Emperor of Tianyi once challenged the weakest Pathmaster in the mysterious Dao Palace. In the end, he was defeated by a single strike. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Even a powerful person like the great Emperor of Tianyi couldn't defeat a single strike from the weakest Pathmaster in the mysterious Dao Palace? What kind of people were in the mysterious Dao Palace? Seeing that Su Yu was interested in the mysterious Dao Palace, Mia Zheng said, With your talent, if you want to join the mysterious Dao Palace, you will definitely become a disciple there. Su Yu's talent was one of the best in the 7 unique civilizations. Entering the mysterious Dao Palace and becoming a disciple, there was no doubt about it. Maybe, Su Yu said calmly. He didn't want to talk about the mysterious Dao Palace anymore. Su Yu had always been wary of mysterious organizations like the Pathmaster Palace. Tell me the specific contact information of your old friend. I will set off for the Colored Glaze civilization right away, Su Yu said. Mia Zheng handed over the relevant information. Su Yu immediately led his people away from the 7 unique civilizations and stepped into the boundless Tai Chu civilization. Cauldron Master, are we going to give up on the 7 unique civilizations? The Snow Swordsman asked. The 7 unique civilizations were in a state of chaos where the various forces were redividing their territories. It was a great opportunity for the Cauldron to take root here. How could Su Yu give it up? Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I will come back again. He turned around and looked at a place in the 7 unique civilizations. A few months later, Xia Yan appeared in the 1st Peerless family, his brows furrowed. In the past few months, he had gone to the Pirate Alliance's base. To his surprise, the base had been destroyed and the Pirate Alliance was nowhere to be found. Then he returned to the 7 unique civilizations and went to many families, but he didn't find any trace of the Pirate Alliance. Finally, he came to the territory of the first peerless family. Not long after he appeared, Zhang, who had sensed his aura, came over. He said with fear, "Why are you here?" Xiaoyan said calmly, "Don't worry. I am not interested in occupying the territory for the time being. I am here to ask about someone." "Go ahead." Zhang's expression softened. "Su Rushu? Su Rushu." Zhang was surprised. Seeing his expression, Xiaoyan asked hurriedly, "Have you seen her before?" Zhang thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. He told him that he had already gone to the colored glaze civilization. "Ah, I'm too late." Xiaoyan sighed. Zhang's eyes turned as he wondered why Xiaoyan was looking for Suyu. At that moment, Xiaoyan stared at Zhang for a while and said, "Fine. Since you are here, I will officially inform you that you must send your daughter to my house in half a year. I will not wait for her if you are late." Zhang was puzzled by these strange words. Xiaoyan took out an invitation letter and showed it to him. Seeing the invitation letter, Zhang was shocked. Is this an invitation letter from that place?" Xiaoyan said. "You must send it to her within half a year." Then, without further explanation, he left immediately. Zhang was left alone, overjoyed. "Guards!" he ordered immediately. Several path masters came up to him. "You can decide what to do next. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave." Zhang looked extremely anxious. He didn't even say anything before he left with the confused Xue Mengfeiyu, heading straight for the 7th peerless family. Everyone on the scene was stunned. In order to seize the territory and resources of the first peerless family, Zhang had used more than half of the 6th peerless family's power. Now, at such a critical juncture, he was abandoning it? What could be more important than expanding the family's territory? Chapter 2275. At that time, Suyu stepped into the vast void. After 10 years, he finally arrived at the Colored Glaze civilization, one of the 9 great civilizations of the Western region. For 10 years, he was immersed in the study of the true map of the Western region. Not only did he know the location and details of the main civilizations, but more importantly, he found something very surprising in the true map. If all the zodiac palaces on the true map were connected by lines, it would become a chessboard. This discovery really surprised Suyu. Every line was perfectly straight and orderly. It was definitely not a coincidence. Instead, it was a giant hand that had created the heavens and earth. The most surprising thing was that all civilizations were pawns on the chessboard. Tai Chu was the game, civilizations were the chess pieces, and trillions of lives were the pawns. What kind of heaven-shaking wealth was this? In the darkness, there was an invisible giant hand that covered the sky, controlling the primordial world and the fate of all living things. Who was the chess player? Suyu raised his head and stared at the boundless world, his heart filled with bewilderment. Was it the sacred mountain? But why did they have to do this? They only needed to destroy and restart the era to create an infinite lifespan and immortality. After 10 years of thinking, he still could not get an answer. Cauldron Master, the colored glaze civilization has arrived. Please give your orders. The snow swordsman had become Suyu's right-hand man. With the support of Suyu's countless resources, he had completed the Taoization of his body and soul. He only needed to obtain the divine throne of heaven and earth to complete the Taoization of the rules and become a path master. The snow swordsman was very grateful to Suyu. "You are too big a target. If you enter the colored glaze civilization rashly, you will easily attract attention." Suyu had already made arrangements. He pointed to a small civilization on the true map that was very close to the colored glaze civilization. All of you stay here and be ready to fight. He had an intuition that the trip to the colored glaze civilization might not be smooth. It was better to make arrangements early. Yes. Thousands of warships sailed away, and Suyu arrived at the colored glaze civilization alone. As soon as he landed, Suyu felt a stabbing pain in his body. The cold penetrated deep into his bones. Even though Suyu's physique was stronger than that of a family master, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, he saw a land of ice and snow. It was dead silent, empty, and cold. It is indeed as described. The colored glaze civilization is covered in ice and snow all year round, and the environment is extremely harsh, Suyu murmured softly. He looked around and locked his gaze on a cypress pine that could be seen everywhere. The cypress pine had already frozen into ice, but there was a pink flower growing at the top of the tree. Ignoring the bitter cold, it fluttered in the wind. With a flick of Suyu's finger, the flower was teleported to Suyu's palm. This was the unique cold-resisting element of the colored glaze civilization. It was born in a land of extreme cold. It could resist the cold and grow because there were special cold-resistant ingredients in its body. If a person swallowed it, they could use the ingredients inside to resist the cold. However, Suyu did not swallow it. Instead, he crushed it. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but Suyu could see that there was a faint wisp of fortune energy within the flower. Naturally, there would be no remnant chi of creation left in the affairs of nature. Only when man was created by nature could such a scene occur. These cold warding fumes should have been created by someone. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to consume it rashly. He only needed to secretly activate the divine dragon Taoism body and cover the surface of his body with a layer of dragon scales, and he would be able to completely resist the local cold. Dong dong! Several muffled sounds cut through the icy silence. Suyu looked into the distance and saw a snow-white giant ape the size of a mountain leaping tens of millions of miles. In front of it, two panic-looking young people were running for their lives. The two young people were a man and a woman. The man looked ordinary, but the woman was amazingly beautiful. Only Xue Mengfeiyu and Bai Yun Hongxian from the 7 unique civilizations could be compared to her. Moreover, their clothes were extraordinary. They were all Taoist artifact fairy embryos. As they ran, they attacked behind them. Both of their cultivations were not weak. Both of them were strong men who had achieved the Tao of physique and soul. They were extremely powerful with Taoist artifact fairy embryos in their hands. The strength exerted by each of them was comparable to that of an ordinary path master. In the 7 unique civilizations, there was only one such young man like Xiaorukin. However, as soon as he came to the colored glaze civilization, he met 2 of them at random. The colored glaze civilization was worthy of being one of the 9 great civilizations of the Western region. The depth of their heritage was incomparable to that of the 7 unique civilizations. However, the giant ape's strength was amazing. It was almost at the level of a family master. Their attacks could only cause minor injuries to the giant ape. Not only did they not stop the giant ape's attack, but they also provoked it to attack even more crazily. It grabbed 2 icebergs from the ground and threw them forward. The giant ape's attacks were fierce and accurate. How could the physiques of the 2 young people compete with the giant ape of the family master level? Moreover, apes had always been known for their physiques. Their strength was even greater than that of the path masters of the family master level. After just a few hits, the Taoist artifact fairy embryos on their bodies could not withstand it and were all smashed. The 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were buried in the ice and snow. They were seriously injured. The giant ape roared and patted its chest. It jumped up and was about to attack again. Suyu was unmoved. He had no intention of attacking. Behind the 2 young people, there were 2 elders whose strength had reached the level of a family master. They were secretly protecting them. They should be people who are training, Suyu said calmly. Suyu said indifferently, however, I'm afraid that the two family master level elders won't be able to deal with this giant ape. In the past 10 years, he had not only studied the true map, but he had also learned many things. This included the rare snow white giant ape. This ape was called the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape, and it had part of the dragon clan's bloodline. Under normal circumstances, it would be in the form of a giant ape. Once it felt threatened, it would activate the dragon clan's bloodline and transform into a half-dragon, half-ape existence. Its strength was boundless, and it was far greater than the experts at the level of a family master. The Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape was very rare, and it was not even recorded in most ancient books. The three people in front of him must have treated it as an ordinary giant ape and used it as a training object. Little did they know that the two young people were already in danger. The two experts at the level of a family master would not be able to save them. Seeing that they were in danger, the scales on Su Yu's body suddenly opened and emitted an intense Dragon Clan's aura. The furious Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape felt a reaction from its bloodline and was startled. It then roared several times in Su Yu's direction. After hesitating for a while, it finally stopped and escaped with large strides. Su Yu had absorbed dragon blood many times, and the Dragon Clan's bloodline in his body was much more abundant than that of the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape. Due to the fear of its bloodline, it naturally avoided Su Yu. It was precisely because of this that the two young people were saved. Su Yu did not take another look at it. He turned around and was about to use the space domain to leave. Unexpectedly, two elders blocked Su Yu's way. One of them had green hair, while the other wore a red dress. They were both looking at Su Yu with unfriendly gazes. "Were you the one who scared the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape away?" the red-dressed female path master questioned him. Before the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape left, it had roared loudly in Su Yu's direction. "Scared away? It should have been scared away, right? You can say that." Su Yu did not explain further. Chapter 2276. The beautiful woman rebuked Su Yu. She had a snow-white chin, which made her look like a peacock. The man who had come with her also furrowed his brows, blaming Su Yu for being meddlesome. Su Yu touched his nose. "I saved you, yet I'm being blamed." "Who cares about your saving?" The woman had a vile character. She pointed at the two path masters behind her and said, "With them here, why would a mere half-path master like you need to save them? Mind your own business." Good karma didn't necessarily reap good results. After experiencing so many hardships, Su Yu was already used to it. That was a Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape. If it really showed its power, you might not have been able to escape. He didn't argue, nor did he try to defend himself. He just gave a simple explanation. "Oh, it turned out to be such a powerful beast, yet it was scared away by you. You're really powerful." The woman obviously didn't agree with Su Yu's explanation. Su Yu shook his head inwardly. He felt like he had said too much. What was there to explain to ignorant people? It was just a waste of breath. He cupped his fists at the four of them. "Since you're fine, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he turned around and left. "Humph, you scared away the giant ape we were training with. Where do you think you're going if you don't compensate us?" The woman's figure flickered and blocked Su Yu's way. This woman. She doesn't know how to be grateful after being saved, but she's making things difficult for her benefactor? Su Yu's gaze became indifferent. How? Invite it back? Seeing that Su Yu wasn't remorseful at all, she placed her hands on her waist and glared at him. "Lad, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this?" Judging from her stubborn and unruly temper, it was obvious that she had a powerful background. Usually, a stubborn and unruly person like her, who didn't have a powerful background, would have died many times in a world full of martial artists. First, I don't know who you are and I don't want to know. Second, I've always been like this. It's up to you whether you want to listen to me or not, Su Yu said calmly. Third, you're on your own. As he spoke, Suyu continued walking forward, not caring that she was blocking his way. The stubborn woman pursed her lips. I don't believe there's anyone in this world that I can't deal with. She stood in front of Suyu and did not budge an inch. Suyu didn't stop either, so the outcome was obvious. How could the unruly woman be a match for Suyu's physique? With a bang, she stumbled and fell to the side of the road. The unruly woman was in so much pain that she clenched her teeth. She stood up in embarrassment and chased after Suyu. She then shouted angrily, Wen Jue, capture him! Suyu felt that this woman was too much. How could he be so unruly? The two Dao lords had obeyed his orders and were about to capture him. Suyu's gaze became ice cold, and just when he was about to teach them a lesson, he suddenly realized something. He curled the corners of his mouth and asked, Didn't you want me to compensate you with a nightmare dragon snow ape? Fine, I'll pay you back 10 times. 10 times? They had just comprehended what it meant when they heard angry roars coming from the horizon. Huge nightmare dragon snow apes the size of snow-capped mountains leaped over from the horizon. They were like huge leaping mountains. There were a total of 10 of them, a ghastly sight. The two Daylords' eyelids twitched. They could easily subdue one nightmare dragon snow ape if they joined hands, but if there were 10 of them, they would be the ones who would be subdued. Run! The two Dao lords pulled one person each, and their faces turned pale as they fled quickly. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. The nightmare dragon snow apes usually lived in groups, and provoking one was equivalent to provoking a whole group. Even though the previous one had fled in fright, there was still a group waiting for them. Suyu wore a faint smile as he watched them flee in panic. This is what you call training. The two Dao lords were extremely fast, but how could they be a match for the nightmare dragon snow apes? When they saw that the two Dao lords were about to escape, they activated their dragon clan's bloodline and transformed into a half-dragon, half-ape body. A pair of giant dragon wings grew from their backs. As they flapped their wings, their speed increased by 10 times, and they instantly caught up with them. They then descended from above their heads, crushing them with their enormous bodies. The two Daylords' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly revolved their domains to defend themselves. However, the nightmare dragon snow apes merely raised their palms and slapped them fiercely, shattering their domains on the spot. At the same time, they were slapped to the ground. The two Daylords' bodies felt as if their bones had been shattered, and they lay on the ground, unable to get up. The unruly woman and the young man's faces were pale, and they were devoid of any color. They had only been attacked by 2 nightmare dragon snow apes. In a one-on-one fight, a Dao Lord who was a master of a family had been beaten half to death by the nightmare dragon snow apes' attacks. They had just realized that Suyu was telling the truth. They might not be able to deal with the nightmare dragon snow apes. Suyu had indeed saved the lives of the 2 young men. Where is that silver-haired human? Quickly look for him for help. He seems to have a secret method to scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the 2 Dao Lords immediately found a straw to clutch at. They grabbed the 2 young men and fled frantically. After dodging left and right, they finally returned. They discovered that Suyu was still nearby, and he was unhurriedly confirming the direction and preparing to leave. My young friend, please wait. Please help to scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes. The 2 Dao Lords implored anxiously, their faces no longer filled with reproach. Suyu's expression was calm as he said, My abilities are mediocre, far inferior to the 2 elders. How could I scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes? Previously, the unruly woman had mocked Suyu for exaggerating the nightmare dragon snow apes' abilities, thinking that it was impossible for Suyu to scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes. Now, she had come to ask Suyu for help. Seeing that Suyu was just watching from the side, the 2 Dao Lords were filled with regret. They were about to say something, but the unruly woman spoke again. Lad, how could you leave them to die? As soon as the accusatory words left her mouth, the two Tao lords knew that they were in trouble. They could not wait to beg Suyu, so how could they blame him? Did they really think that this was the palace? As expected, Suyu's expression was indifferent, and he even hid his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the unruly woman calmly. First, saving you is a favor, and not saving you is my duty. Saving you is not my responsibility or obligation. Second, I have already saved you once, and I have already done my part. I do not need to save you a second time. Farewell. After he spoke, he used the space domain and left this place. The unruly woman said angrily, Come back here. I order you. The two Tao lords wished they could seal the unruly woman's mouth. It was all because of her foul mouth. At the same time, the two Tao lords regretted underestimating Suyu. They had not taken his words seriously. What they regretted even more was that when the woman had made things difficult for Suyu, not only had they not stopped her, but they had even become her accomplices. They had forcefully pushed their savior to the opposite side. Chapter 2277. Seeing that the nightmare dragon snow apes were about to attack them, the four of them felt hopeless. This experience might be the end of their lives. However, right at this moment, a wisp of an afterimage suddenly flashed past above them, and then the bodies of over 10 nightmare dragon snow apes that flew over exploded into pieces of flesh that sprayed through the air. Those nightmare dragon snow apes were creatures with keen senses, but they were all killed before they sensed the danger. The person who attacked them was so powerful that they could not even sense his aura. What was more terrifying was his strength. Even Xia Yan might not be able to kill 10 nightmare dragon snow apes in an instant. The shadow disappeared in a flash. The two Pathmasters did not even see the face of the attacker before he disappeared into the distance. The people who had just passed the gates of hell felt their hearts beating wildly, and they could not suppress the fear. Just a little bit more, and they would have all died here. Sigh, the two of us failed His Majesty's trust. We needed His Majesty's help to save us. The female Pathmaster, Wenqing, sighed deeply. In the territory of the Nightless Empire, who else would have such power and be willing to save the princess other than the current emperor? Father, why didn't you help us earlier? I was scared to death just now. The unruly woman patted her chest. She was the second princess of the Nightless Empire, Princess Qianyu. His Majesty just wanted to give the princess enough training, Wenqing said. Princess Qianyu stood up and shook off the ice on her body. She thought of Suyu, and hatred grew in her heart. She said, Was that person a citizen of our empire? Damn it! How could he leave me in danger? I will make him pay for this. Pass down my order. Search for this person in the entire empire. Unlike ordinary empires, the Nightless Empire was best at spying and transmitting information. If a princess wanted to find someone in her territory, she would usually find something in a short time. Maybe it is not necessary. I saw His Majesty leaving in the direction of that silver-haired human, Wenqing said with a bitter smile. The monarch had always been overly fond of Princess Qianyu. What she hated was what His Majesty hated. Since His Majesty had chased after Suyu, he would not let Suyu off easily. Suyu used the space domain and arrived at a snowy peak far away. He paused and stopped at the snowy peak. Without turning his head, he said, Your Excellency, why did you catch up to me? With the help of the powerful space domain, so you could sense the abnormal fluctuations in the space behind him. Oh, Your Excellency's attainments in the Tao of space seemed to be very high. The space behind him flickered, like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. From the ripples, a man in a blue long robe walked out with his hands behind his back. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about his eyes. His temperament was very similar to that of an ordinary person. But to be able to catch up to his space domain, could it be an ordinary person? Suyu turned his head and calmly looked at him. Do you have any advice for me? No, the blue-robed middle-aged man said indifferently, I am that girl's father. As he stated his identity, his gaze was carefully sizing up Suyu. Suyu was neither servile nor overbearing, and he said, I can't save your daughter, but I can't not save her either. I'm in a difficult position now. Unexpectedly, the blue-robed, middle-aged man laughed. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I'm here to invite you to a banquet. As he spoke, he took out a dazzling silver invitation card, which had 2 words written on it, invitation. The words had a unique charm to them, and just by looking at them, one could tell that the writer had a hideout aura. I still don't know who you are, Suyu asked. A woodcutter. The blue-robed, middle-aged man smiled calmly. Suyu pondered for a moment, then asked, Why did you invite me to a banquet? To admire you, the blue-robed, middle-aged man replied calmly. He had witnessed Suyu use the space domain with his own eyes. What was the space domain? How many people had succeeded in it since ancient times? It was difficult for him not to admire it. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then took the letter and said, I'll accept the invitation, but I may not have the time to attend it. It doesn't matter. I'll go according to your schedule. After the blue-robed, middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with a smile. Suyu was confused. He still didn't know who the blue-robed, middle-aged man was, yet he had received an invitation card out of nowhere. Suyu put the letter into his sleeve, then followed Mie Zheng's directions and asked questions along the way. Finally, he arrived in front of an ancient forest, which was surrounded by mountains and seas of mist. As far as the eye could see, the white mist was like a fairy, which made the whole forest look mysterious. The forest was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves could be heard clearly. This place was called the Fairy Realm by the people nearby, and it was an otherworldly place. It was rumored that a householder Qingyuan lived in the forest. The locals called him Qingyuan, Celestial Senior. This Qingyuan, Celestial Senior, was the person Suyu was looking for. It was Mie Zheng's old friend. Suyu stepped into the forest, and the mist immediately flowed, as if he was in the fairy realm. However, a martial artist like Suyu could naturally see that the so-called fairy clouds were not formed naturally, but were created by a formation. The silence in the forest was the same. The existence of the formation had driven away all the slightly larger creatures, and only the chirping of some small insects could be heard. It is rumored that Qingyuan Celestial Senior is noble and arrogant, and he disdains the evil of the secular world. That's why he lives in such a secluded place. Suyu could feel the fluctuations of the formation, which were man-made, and he disapproved of it. As the saying goes, a small hermit lives in the wild, while a great hermit lives in the world. If Qingyuan Celestial Senior really wanted to live in seclusion, he could have gone into secluded cultivation. Why did he have to open up a so-called otherworldly place near the imperial city, which was not far from the Nightless Empire? In Suyu's opinion, being noble was fake, and being hypocritical was the truth. However, it was very interesting that along the way, Suyu had met both ordinary people and martial artists who admired Qingyuan Celestial Senior greatly. He was so famous that he seemed to be quite famous in the entire Nightless Empire. It was said that Qingyuan Celestial Senior would grant all requests, and anyone who could pass through the mist and reach his thatched cottage would be granted a wish. At that moment, Suyu's gaze pierced through the mist, and he could clearly see many lost people in the mist, all trying to find their way to Qingyuan Celestial Senior's thatched cottage. He's just fooling others, Suyu said lightly. If he really wanted to help others, he could have done so directly. Why did he need to create a formation to block others and test them? This was just to increase his sense of mystery and to fish for praise. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he ignored the mist with his transparent eyes, heading straight for the deepest part of the forest. 2 hours later, he stopped in a world of birds and flowers. Under the azure sky on the verdant grassland, a simple thatched cottage sat on the grassland. Several red-crowned cranes surrounded the thatched cottage, flying up and down and letting out melodious cries. At first glance, the artistic conception was extraordinary, and there was a hidden meaning to it. In front of the thatched cottage, there was a long line of people of all ages and genders. Chapter 2278. Your Excellency, are you here to pay a visit to the householder? An amiable-looking boy asked calmly as he put his palms together. Suyu nodded. The boy extended his right hand and gestured for Suyu to enter. Your Excellency, please wait patiently. Most of the people in front of him were ordinary people, and the occasional martial artist was quite weak. Suyu didn't plan to cut the line by force, so he stood quietly at the back and waited. The boy didn't leave, and he looked at Suyu calmly. Your Excellency, aren't you respectful of the householder? Suyu was confused, so he asked, Why do you say that? He hadn't even spoken a word, so how could he tell that he didn't respect householder Qing Yuan? The boy pointed at the group of people kneeling on the ground and said, They are the ones who are truly respectful. Suyu was the only one who was standing, while the rest were kneeling. Do I need to kneel to show my respect? Suyu couldn't help but laugh. How could an otherworldly expert need others to kneel to show his respect? It was just as Suyu had expected. Living in seclusion was just a facade. Your Excellency, I can't do anything about it. I just want to remind you that you must respect householder Qing Yuan. After saying that, the boy turned around and returned to the cottage with a smile. Suyu didn't take it seriously, so he waited quietly. At that moment, several people finally passed through the fog and reached the cottage. They were kneeling on the ground with excited and pious expressions, waiting for householder Qing Yuan to receive them. 3 faded people, please come inside. It should have been Suyu's turn to enter, but the boy arranged for the 3 of them to enter first. First come, first served. If the latecomers could be placed in front of the others, what was the point of Suyu lining up properly? Suyu shook his head in disappointment when he saw that the boy was purposely targeting him. He had come here this time because he was hoping for something. If Mia Zheng's old friend was easy to talk to, he wouldn't mind giving him some opportunities. During the 10 years he had been traveling, Suyu had entered the Taishu Xian Palace many times and found many objects filled with absolute beginning energy. These things were irreplaceable treasures for the Pathmasters, and they were difficult to find in the outside world. It was a pity that he hadn't even seen this person's face before the boy made things difficult for him. Suyu shook his head and took out Mia Zheng's letter. He then said calmly, Householder Qing Yuan, I won't be meeting him. Please pass this letter to him. Well, it's not mine. It's a letter that an old friend of his asked me to pass to him. His main purpose in coming here was to deliver a letter. He didn't expect householder Qing Yuan to lead him to the star positioning plate. He had asked around along the way and learned that the Lazuli civilization had a Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This meant that he could easily obtain information. It was nothing more than spending a little more money. Don't you have a favor to ask of householder Qing Yuan? The boy was clearly stunned. Almost everyone who came here had a favor to ask of householder Qing Yuan. Suyu replied indifferently, I don't think there's anything that needs to be requested of him. With Suyu's power and wealth, it would be better for householder Qing Yuan to beg him. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the grassland and walked into the forest. After taking a few steps, a clear and indifferent voice came from the thatched cottage. Isn't it good to have friends coming from afar? The letter in the boy's hand suddenly flew up and into the thatched cottage. After a moment, a skinny old man with a head full of white hair, who was dressed in green clothes, walked out leisurely with a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was expressionless, and he seemed calm and indifferent. At first glance, he had the demeanor of a celestial being. When the people in front of the thatched cottage saw this person, they all kowtowed and shouted, Lord Qing Yuan! He was the person Suyu was looking for. Little friend, since you're a friend of the Miezhing family's master, you're also my friend. Please come in. Householder Qingyuan's voice was faintly discernible, and he always gave people a vague sense of aloofness. It was as if he was looking down on Suyu. Suyu cupped his fists at him and said, I've already delivered the letter. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Suyu had always disdained to associate himself with people who thought themselves to be aloof. Since you've come to my thatched cottage, if I leave now, people might mistakenly think that I'm neglecting a guest from afar. Householder Qingyuan flicked his horsetail whisk, then silently turned around and returned to the cottage. He then said, Please come in. He secretly used a wisp of the Pathmaster's power to bind Suyu and bring him into the cottage. With Suyu's physique, he wouldn't be able to shake him off so easily. However, Suyu wasn't in a hurry to leave, even though he was forcefully keeping Suyu here. He simply pretended that he couldn't break free and allowed himself to be brought into the cottage. Householder Qingyuan calmly sat down and took a sip of tea. Name? Suyu just looked at him, not uttering a single word. Householder Qingyuan didn't even look at Suyu once. When he saw that Suyu didn't reply, he calmly said, Since you traveled 1,000 miles to deliver the letter, I'll make an exception and fulfill one of your wishes. Tell me, what is your wish? His tone was extremely soft, but it was also extremely arrogant. It was as if Suyu was just an ant, while he was an omnipotent god. Suyu found this to be quite funny. He could only put on an act in front of ignorant mortals, but in front of Householder Qingyuan, he was just displaying his slight skill before an expert. However, since Householder Qingyuan had asked, Su, you wouldn't be polite, so he said, Bring me to the star positioning plate. Householder Qingyuan raised his head abruptly and furrowed his brows as he looked at Suyu. Why are you going there? Suyu calmly asked, Can you do it? Suyu could see some fear in Householder Qingyuan's eyes. It seemed like Householder Qingyuan wouldn't be able to bring Suyu there. Of course. Householder Qingyuan restrained his fear and pretended to be calm. Suyu said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Householder Qingyuan interrupted Suyu and said, Wait, I help people fulfill their wishes. But not everyone is worthy of my help. It depends on fate. Just a moment ago, he was talking about fulfilling Suyu's wish. Yet now he was talking about fate? Actually, it was because he couldn't do it, so he was trying to deny it. Suyu asked, Householder, do you think I'm fated enough? Householder Qingyuan took a sip of tea and said calmly, That depends on you. He shook his horsetail whisk, and a strand of its silk fluttered, turning into thousands of chicken feathers that fell on the ground. Life is just like these chicken feathers, and no one knows which one can change your fate. Householder Qingyuan's expression didn't change as he said, One of the chicken feathers has the word fate on it. If you can find it, it means that you're fated to receive my help. Suyu smiled inwardly when he heard this. It wasn't easy for him to describe acting shamelessly in such a fresh and refined way. Fine, I'll give it a try. Suyu chuckled as he swept his gaze over the chicken feathers on the ground. However, when he swept his gaze over them, he discovered that there was something else hidden within the chicken feathers. Every feather was covered by a unique aura, and Suyu's pupil technique couldn't see through it. However, Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He casually grabbed an ordinary chicken feather that was 3 feet away from him, then secretly used the Evil King Pearl to copy Householder Qingyuan's divine technique. He then wrote the word fate on the chicken feather. Householder Qingyuan sneered when he saw this. Among the thousands of chicken feathers, the probability of him finding the marked chicken feather was 0.